Good morning. Hey, how's it going?
Good. I was looking at that chart of the sky colors in Carlson's book,
Mm-hmm.
and at the very bottom, did you notice it says gray, red, violet? It doesn't just say red, violet.
Huh. So hard to read. But yeah, I mean, my colors are usually a little gray along the horizon. Yeah, and it's not like a pure color. It's just kind of leans towards that a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's fine if you want to make that brighter, but I looked at that a little bit more because I've got the book and
Oh,
I was looking through it and I saw that and I thought, oh my goodness, it looks like it says gray. gray red violet. So I was kind of surprised, but fun.
Alexa, stop. Sorry about the music there.
That's okay. I don't mind music. Oh goodness, I am really off today. It's funny. I'm teaching a watercolor class to some homeschooled kids, and I had used these, 4 values of the landscape.
Oh, great. So you'll understand already.
Yeah.
Good morning, Stacey.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good. You never learn it so well as when you have to teach it. So
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's, something I would suggest to a lot of people is try to share the information with somebody else, and that really helps to solidify it. Trying to, for some reason, it's not switching to the other camera. So I'm wondering what I've done there. Plugged in here. Cords everywhere. Turn on.
oh, why mine is so weird.
That's going to be a bummer. Doing a quick Google search to see why my camera is not.
When sometimes if you go down to the video mic, it'll give you a choice of cameras. And if it's kind of defaulting to another one, that may be the problem.
Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up.
The camera isn't? Oh, okay. Because mine will default to a strange camera that I do, or screen that I don't have. I think it's just embedded in Zoom or something. It's weird. Zoom world is weird.
I thought it was Alt N. Command Shift N. What is that? Oh, where did I go?
I see you.
Yeah, I came back. I don't know why I went away for a second. That was the control button. Alt N, yeah. Just doing that noise. This is why I come on a little bit early. So I did get a number of comments about the screen not showing me, showing you guys a little too often in the first video. So I wonder if I do the spotlight for everyone. Anybody know about that?
Somebody suggested there was, maybe Stacy knows.
Somebody said to pin yourself.
I
when you
muted
start
myself. Could you ask again, Mike? I'm not sure what you asked. I can certainly try to help. I'm not an expert, but
So during the video replay, it said a number of people said that it was going to you guys too much, like when there's noise. So I'm wondering which button. There's a pin, of
Well,
course.
yeah, what we have to do is we have to keep our mics on until we say something. So, you know, you have to, all of us have to keep our mics off, or else it'll flip to us when noise goes off on our camera.
Right.
So that would help. And there is a way that you can set up.
I see spotlight for everyone.
Yeah. I'm gonna go on my other machine for a second. See how I did that. Hang on.
Isn't there a way that the initiator, the host, can mute everyone?
Yes, you can mute everybody up in the where it says participants. Do you have that down on the bottom? And
Yep.
then you can open that up and it will say there's a mute command. Let me see if I can help you on, if I can mirror on my other machine here.
But then would people not be able to ask questions?
So then you would just push the space bar, I believe. Let's try it. Real
Yeah.
quick. Mute everybody, and then I'm gonna have Stacy push the space bar to ask me a question. So.
Well, you know what? I don't have a space bar, but I'll try. I'm
Or-
on an iPad.
Or anyone. Yeah, because I want anybody.
See if you can mute us all though. That might be helpful. Yeah.
All right, I have muted everybody.
So
And then
this
I
is
just
Lily.
hit
Can you hear
unmute.
me?
Yeah, so you guys unmute. Both Stacy and Barbara had been unmuted. Anybody else? Soli, do you want to try?
Yeah, so I just unmuted myself by pushing the space bar. Now I'm going to undo it.
Okay, yep, can't hear you. Actually, you froze a little bit.
That works a lot faster at getting rid of our picture is if we use the space bar.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then I did put setting myself as a focus.
Oh, yeah, I can see
So
that.
I did put myself as a spotlight.
Can anybody else see anybody besides Michael?
I can see
I'm gonna
everybody.
try to.
Oh, okay.
Can anybody else?
Oh, I
see-
do now. Yeah.
What is the question?
There we go. Let's see if I can mirror it.
Okay, I understand what I did wrong with the camera. I just plugged them into the wrong spots. All right, good. With a couple minutes to spare. I plugged the charger into the going offline for a second here. Okay, let's see if I can bring myself back. Ta-da. All right, now I'm going to try switching over to the other camera. Yay. All right, everybody was able to see that. Let me do a screen share and go to everybody can see the Facebook page. All
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I think we're gonna figure this out, you guys. Awesome. Takes a village. All right. Well, I guess that's it. Time should be starting here. And I'm back. Good morning, Mary, Barbara, Chanda, Darla, Denise, Elizabeth, Kate, Kathleen, Carrie, Kim, Liza, Lorianne, Shelly, Stacy, Sully, and Susan. All right.
Room.
All women?
All women, always. I don't know exactly what that means, but yeah, I had that talk with somebody recently. I think, you know, a lot of men, if they're not willing to stop to ask for directions, aren't going to, you know, ask for painting instructions either. I don't know, really. In my plein air classes, I often will have a number of guys in there, but in most of my classes live at OSA, or as we've been doing these Zoom calls, it's primarily female. So that's great. I grew up in a very female-centric house. I live in a very female-centric house, and I definitely enjoy the company of women, and think there's a innate sensitivity to color, which is going to make it great for this class. I do find that men have a higher propensity towards colorblindness, which is interesting and always a strange conversation to have when they don't realize until they take my class. Yeah, it's interesting, especially within the greens.
So Mike, this is Stacy. Did you ask that question about when you're taping, you just want to be on the screen, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of comments that
Right.
it definitely goes away. And then unless I make, you know, especially if I'm in a quiet part of painting, it doesn't go back to me very quickly. So what I will do right now, I'm in group view just because I like to see all your happy, shiny faces early in the morning here. And then I will go to speaker view, and I will.
So when you set up your meeting, you can go to an edit feature. If you go to your meeting site in Zoom and it says your personal meeting stuff where you're setting up this meeting.
Yeah.
If you go to the edit feature, Mike, and you look at your choices, you can see a part labeled video, and then it will say host on or off, participants on or off. I think if you make participants off, that we won't show up in your video.
But you'll still be able to talk, you believe?
I don't know that, but
that's the part that scared
me. I had this problem one time, and I think that's how I did it. So
yeah, because there is a way that I was able to make myself the spotlight. So I'm hoping that does a little more.
That could do it too.
Now I'm seeing everybody kind of small around the periphery at the top of my screen. Maybe that's how you're seeing it as well. Hate to zoom in on me, but just for video clarity, I think we'll do it
Michael, real quick, there is also a way for you to pin yourself. So you'll always be the bigger screen.
Okay, and I have done that as well.
Okay.
And I think
all right, maybe that'll work.
On my iPad, it only shows everybody equally. So if I hit I have to go out of gallery view and just pin you. But if somebody else speaks, then I see only them. So.
Okay.
And that's the way it shows up on the video.
Yeah, and that was what we're trying to resolve for. So
Right.
I did put spotlight. We'll see what that does this time. And if not, I'll experiment with the other option that Stacy said and see what
Yeah.
that does. But I would hate to just be speaking into the void. I love having give and take and hearing your guys' questions.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I'm gonna start
Absolutely.
class. And on that very note of give and take and talking to you guys, I had a lot of great questions throughout the week, emails and whatnot about materials and setup and everything else. I did post a link to a previous video from the last class and kind of put down a note of where it begins, where we spent about a half hour, I think, kind of going over some of the setup and things I do. I would love to answer everybody's questions, so I'm going to go long today. So for those of you that have questions and can stay with me, just stay on the call. Maybe write down your questions as they come up, and I will answer them and maybe even demo on my setup a little bit up there, answering as many questions as I can. So hopefully that works. I just didn't want to take up too much class time because of I went over it last time and we have a lot of repeat students, so I think that might be unfair. And everybody has different questions. I've got water soluble artists or water mixable artists. I think there may be a couple of acrylic painters. So I will answer as many questions about all those different things as possible. In fact, I will be demoing in the beginning using black and white acrylic paint, but not really, doesn't really show a lot about how to use it. I have muted everybody, so sorry about that. Didn't mean to be rude. The goal being to keep myself, especially when I'm demoing the painting, kind of in the forefront. So for you on your computers, simply press the space bar and that will allow you to talk and ask a question. And that way you go off mute as soon as okay, so there, I've muted all and it says allow others to unmute. So let's test one more time. Mary, do you mind doing a quick test to unmute?
Here is a test. Can you hear me?
I can. Perfect. Wonderful. I'm going to go to the gallery view just to see who's here. All right. We got quite a few people this morning. I really appreciate you guys tuning in if you can. And again, a lot of people are, or at least 4 or 5 people are joining later or watching the videos throughout the week. Fantastic. I love that. And I know a number of you are also going back and reviewing the videos as you're painting the assignments throughout the week. And that's super fantastic. I try to kind of give some of the minutes so you can fast forward through to the pertinent parts. And I'll continue to do that. Last week, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was the storm or what, but it took all day. I wasn't able to post the video until into the evening or nighttime. And so hopefully I'll be able to get the videos out much faster. Generally, it's about 2 to 3 hours. Zoom has to download it to the cloud. Then I download it to my computer. And then from there, I download it to YouTube. So a bit of a process, huge files, especially because these classes are going over 3 hours every week. And that's great. I'm going to go back to my view. And I just want to go over to our awesome Facebook page really quickly. All right, everybody can see the Facebook page? Great.
Yes.
I just went to the media section so that I can quickly see everybody's color wheels and sky paintings. And you guys are fantastic. It was really interesting and fun to see how many variations on the color wheel. I mean, we've got the pizza color wheel, or, cake slices. We got this dynamic one here. We got all sorts. And it was also really fun to go through and see what happened when people used slightly different colors, or some of the water mixable colors seem a little bit different. The main point I want to share on the split primary palette is that it's just important that we use one yellow that leans towards green, one yellow that leans towards orange, one red that leans towards orange, one red that leans towards purple, one blue that leans towards purple, and one blue that leans towards green. Feel free to kind of experiment within that a little bit, or use the colors you have, see if they're working for you before you rush out and buy all new paints. I play with this all the time. I have lots of different cadmium red medium or cadmium red light substitutes just due to price. And I love experimenting with them. What I want you to also be cognizant of as you're experimenting is look to, are they opaque? Are they semi-opaque? Are they semi-transparent or transparent? Because as you noticed, I'm sure the transparent colors are generally kind of weaker and get dominated by the opaque colors. But I definitely want to have some opaque colors to mix in with my transparents, so I have a strong enough paint to cover areas. If I have mistakes, or if I'm changing my mind and want to go in and crop or add sky holes, and I'm using only transparent color, it just won't work. It'll continue to show what's underneath. So that's something to be aware of. And I also saw, like Michelle's here, people were beginning to experiment by mixing across the color wheel. And I love that Michelle went ahead and kind of placed them where she thought they might be showing up on the color wheel within this space. It's very difficult when we're doing a small color wheel to figure out, where all these colors go. It becomes a big muddled mess. Someday I would like to do a great big huge color wheel so that I can put lots of colors in the middle. In fact, I have a dream fantasy about painting hundreds of ping pong balls, or maybe like ornaments, Christmas ornaments, so I could hang them from the ceiling and have them all related to each other in space so that we could walk through it and around it, and have them not only across from each other, but also up and down. So you could think of it as a three-dimensional space. So if, black would be down low, white would be up high, and like pink would be up higher than the reds, and a dark maroon would be down lower. And then these primary colors would exist outside in space, and trying to figure all of that out. I think that would be so cool. So anyways, but that's how I think about color, is color space. I will share a video from Gamblin that explains it all better than me, but it's actually still kind of a difficult concept to understand. Let's see, this little printout or handout that I sent is from the Munsell color system, which uses a slightly different theory, and I don't want to go into it too much, partly because I haven't studied the Munsell color system. I do read some of their things, but it was pointed out by one of you, maybe Kate, that the colors aren't exactly how we put them across from each other, which is fine. But what I was thinking about with space is you got the primaries around here, again, white up high, black down below, with all the values in between. So I think that part people understand for the most part. If I made a very, very light pink, it doesn't exist necessarily in the color wheel. It exists up above it, up higher, if you're able to contemplate it in a three-dimensional color space. I don't want you to get too bogged down with that, because it's kind of can make your brain explode pretty quickly. But what we're going to be playing with today and exploring, and why I named today's class Playing in the Mud, is because that's a refrain that I hear students all the time saying, all I'm doing is making mud. All my colors are turning towards brown or greenish brown, or, and why is that? And I'm going to flip that complaint onto its head and say, how do we make those colors? And by learning that, we're going to learn how to not make them. So basically, anytime you mix a primary with a secondary, which is what we get when we mix across the color wheel. So blue, if you're mixing across the color wheel towards its complementary color, is orange. So orange already has red and yellow in it. So we've got all three colors mixing together. Does that make sense? Just a simple nod or a thumbs up will do. The same thing, yellow to purple, red to green. So green has both the primaries, blue and yellow. So as we mix across, we're bringing in the red. It begins to brown or gray down. I've never quite realized where does gray begin, like how subdued does a color have to get before we call it gray. So I just call anytime you mix two complementary colors together, you're graying them down. Okay, so you can think of it, if we have a very, very bright, like this nice, bright green up here, and you're like, man, this is too bright, and I don't want to just make it bluer or yellower. You can neutralize it by adding from across the color wheel, and you can decide, is it, you know, a cooler purple or red that I want it to go towards, or a, you know, do I want to keep it a brighter, hotter color? Then you might mix the warmer red. Almost all colors you see on my paintings exist within the color space, meaning almost all of my colors have a primary and a secondary, or all three colors in them to some degree. And learning to control that opens up thousands and thousands and thousands of colors. And in my opinion, the more beautiful, more harmonious, more naturalistic colors exist within this space, within the grays. So by using lots of the grays and thinking in terms of grays, that will actually allow these other colors, these primaries, these secondaries, these really bright, beautiful colors that are out here, it'll allow them to sing. It'll allow them to be special. If you paint an entire painting in primary colors, it's very dramatic, very exciting. You can think of the Fauvists, which I believe just meant wild beasts. And it's true, like the paintings are jarring if you've seen them, like when you know, in Europe or in your art books, they're very, very, very bright, very dramatic, very clashing. And, you know, they make my head hurt. They make my blood pressure go up. And I believe that was their goal. I believe that they were just kind of, here, look at this. It's in your face. Look at all these crazy colors side by side with no neutrals between them. And, you know, awesome. If that's what you want to create and paint, this will help you too, because you'll learn how to avoid a lot of the neutrals by learning how to mix the neutrals, or why you're accidentally making the neutrals. All right, so really quickly, if we want to make vibrant, pure, bright colors, we want to start by mixing colors that are closer to each other on the color wheel, okay? So if I want to make a really bright yellow, but a little warmer than this, I can add some of this orange or yellow to it. It'll slightly begin to warm up. I did notice on some of the color wheels, you guys actually put some spacing between, or created a third color by mixing the two yellows, the two reds, or the two blues. Good on you. Very smart. You guys picked that up really quickly. And there are a lot of times where a lot of my paintings will be done by mixing the two, you know, primaries. If it's a very yellow painting, a lot of the painting will be done by mixing the two yellows in varying degrees. And you can create a lot of harmony with yellows leaning towards green, or yellows leaning towards orange, maybe even into red. And you can get a painting that is very warm or very cool, very red, very orange. And And that's great. And in fact, in today's painting, a large degree of the colors will exist kind of towards, like, in one area of the color wheel, whichever one we choose. So it'll be kind of towards the blues and greens with bits of orange to neutralize those colors and invite a whole bunch more of the grays. Because if you saw the reference that I posted, let's see, go home. The picture that I will be doing today will be based on this. And I picked it strategically because of some of the fundamentals. I want to talk to you about the 4 values within the landscape, 4 value planes within the landscape. This one does already kind of break it, because if we squint our eyes, you're going to notice that the hillside is as light or as dark as the grasses. And so I'm going to alter that a little bit to fit within the assignment. If we go, this one's actually a pretty good one, because the far background hills you'll see are lighter than the darks in these trees. And I mean, it's lighter than the darks in these trees, and it's darker than the ground plane and darker than the sky. But in this one, if I turn it to black and white or squint my eyes at it, the sky value and the grasses, because they're the golden wheat is innately a brighter color, will appear pretty light. So as I'm going over the 4 values of the landscape, keep that in mind. Just like I showed you the color, the striations in the sky last week, those are simply guidelines and things to reflect on. Because of course you're going to see lots and lots and lots of variations. You're going to see lots of skies where it doesn't, follow those rules or those colors exactly. But at least knowing it, you'll know what's changing and what's going on. So by knowing the 4 value planes in a landscape, and this is kind of a generic noonday sun, you'll know what's going on, and you can begin to question, why is that happening? Is it because I'm painting snow and that's affecting things? Is it because the sun is in a very odd spot, maybe behind me or behind the mountain or way off to the right or left at a very low angle? Or is it, wheat that we're painting that is innately bright, or birch trees that are innately very bright? So there's lots of ways and lots of reasons that this doesn't hold true. But by knowing it, by understanding it, we can refer to it and understand what's going on in the landscape that is breaking that. And then we can also decide, does that break in the landscape, like in the photo I just showed you guys, would this make a better painting? Would the viewer and me as the artist be better served if I actually refer to those rules, guidelines, sorry, I hate rules, guidelines, and alter some of it? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and ask if you guys have any questions before I head over to the easel to demonstrate what I'm talking about. I know that was a lot already without showing you the example. Any questions right now?
Are we going to paint the same scene?
I'm more than happy for you to paint the same scene. I posted a lot of references, and in the email I sent out options. So from now going forward to the end of class, know that you can paint from any references you want. I know there's a number of you that are working on your own projects. Maybe you have a commission going, or you just have some beautiful photos that you've been dreaming about painting. I'll just kind of ask that maybe they kind of abide by the rules, what we're learning for that class a little bit. And that'll be great, because you'll be able to kind of refer to it and ask yourself those questions. Does this picture that I want to paint, is it kind of, or would that maybe be better for a future assignment or for my own time? So what I will be looking for in this week's painting from you guys is 4 values within the landscape. And that's just predominant. We're not making it super, super basic or cartoonish or posterized. But as a general rule, are there 4 values? And those values are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 being the lightest. Double check and make sure I'm abiding by the, I don't have the handout on here. Well, just say, so 1 being the sky, and then you've got the reflection of the sky, the water. 2 would be the flat plane, which is catching the most light. So you can think of the lawn on your grass, and it's reflecting the most light from that sky. Okay. Then we have 3, which is the things that are at like a 45-degree angle. If we were in person and in class or out in the landscape painting plein air, I would just show you by holding you want a single light source. Like in my studio, I have lights all over the place, but I would hold up a piece of paper or a canvas to the light, and just show you as I slowly change my angle towards or away from the light, how the paper becomes a little bit darker. So you can kind of experiment with that. So if the sun is overhead, your grasses, your flat plains, your things that are reflecting the most light are your second brightest after the sky. Hills are kind of at a 45-degree angle for our generic thought experiment today. So they're catching some of the light, but not all of it. And then you have the upright, oops, I'm gonna go back to my picture. Then you have the upright planes, which are perpendicular to the light source, or even in this instance, because it's backlit against the light source. And that would be my upright grasses and my upright trees. And you can see that this tree is in fact lighter than this dense tree back here, because this tree is really thick, solid, not letting anything through, where this tree is broken up and letting a lot of the light and air through it. So you can kind of, by using these, you can kind of go, well, why is this happening? Why is that happening? Like, why is this grass not lighter than this hill back here? And the simple thing is that it's not catching much light. It's an overcast sun. It's early morning. It's so it's not catching much. And maybe these grasses are in fact quite dark. You know, you can have grass that's very, very dark green or very dark brown. And it's just because of its innate light or its innate color, it's appearing as a darker. So what I'm going to do as I paint this, to both keep in line with what, you know, the assignment is I'm going to create a discrepancy between the brightness of the grasses and the darkness of the hills. So I'm going to lighten the grasses more so that they appear to have a top plane and are catching more light. Let's go to a different reference really quick. This is another example. This is kind of backlit. Unfortunately, I love backlit sunset and sunrise imagery. So going through my personal references, I was like completely amazed that I have so few midday paintings, like blue skies and things like that are just not as interesting to me. But it still holds true. We've got the brightest is the sky and the water. Second should be the grasses and the top planes of things. Third would be the hills. But why are these hills, in fact, if we squint our eyes again, lighter than the grasses? Go ahead and please answer if you have an idea.
Farther away.
Farther away is very much part of it, but what about being farther away?
It's
Aerial
the
perspective.
atmosphere that takes some of the color out.
Boom, exactly right. So in this crazy apocalyptic color scheme that I got by shooting the camera through my sunglasses at the early morning light, because I love just to see the values of things. I don't care about the colors too much. I'm generally going to make those up and push the colors, which I'm going to suggest you guys do in today's assignment. But what's happening is there's a lot of atmosphere. There's all that morning haze sitting back there. And if you can think of like gossamer sheets, really, really thin gossamer fabric that you can see through, right? So up here, we have no gossamer sheets in between us and this foreground. We're getting very dark rocks and very high contrast between the darks and the lights. But right about here, you can imagine one big sheet of gossamer in between us. And so it's beginning to get obscured. The darks are no longer as dark as up here. And the values are getting slightly closer together. The brights are a little closer to the mids, and the mids are a little closer to the darks. And as we go back again, right about here, I imagine a second sheet of gossamer overlapped with the first. So it's obscuring it a little more. And then as we recede back, you're adding more and more panes of gossamer fabric in between us. And that would be the atmosphere, right? That's the light traveling through all that moisture towards us. There's less of that atmosphere between us and these, more between us and this, and a lot more between us and back here. And then immense amount of atmosphere, or in this example, gossamer fabric, dissipating the light and creating these really neat effects. I went ahead and added this reference, well, for two reasons. So we could come in and lighten the tops of some of these if we want. I can darken these hills if I want, or I can paint it as the values I see it, because I actually love the fact that there's all these gossamer sheets slash layers of atmosphere and light back here. And I really like how it plays and falls back there. And just realize, okay, the rule of the four, or the guide of the four value planes in landscape, is not working in this one, but I am still getting the sky 1, the tops 2, my upright planes 3, and then this falls more in line with my sky colors. Does that make sense? A simple thumbs up or nodding? Okay, anybody have any questions about that? Nope, great. Okay, the reason I chose this image as one of the possible references, and if you've been in my classes, we've probably painted it before. I love this scene. It's the Teton Mountains are right to my back. I'm on Mormon Row. So the old barn that all the photographers take pictures of is directly across the street from me, and basically got pushed out by all the photographers and turned around and saw this and just loved it. I love the shapes of the trees. I love the soft, soft, soft light. And it's allowed me, I've painted this probably 4 or 5 times in different formats and different ways. By using it as a guide, getting my values established, and then going in and playing with the colors and everything else. So if you decide to use this one, and what I'll probably do is paint this one next week. Okay. So for those of you who choose to paint along, I'll be painting this one, a variation on this one, this week. This one the following week. But I did give you guys a couple others if you know, neither of these speak to you, or you wanted something that's a little more midday. I actually painted a 3-foot by 4-foot version of this yesterday, really pushing. What I like is just the design. I love how this just invites you back into space, how it's got the atmospheric perspective back here, bluing and graying the hills, and then the colors getting warmer and more vibrant as they come forward. And this one is just kind of an interesting, very yellow, ochre, and gray sky. Kind of interesting colors, very muted, really lends itself towards kind of the graying down, playing in the mud kind of this assignment. I think the horizon line's crooked, and there's lots of little paintings that could exist in this painting. So maybe you even want to just zoom in or change the edit if you decide to use that one. And then also, just in case you don't know, we have an area up at the top. When you're scrolling up to the very top, it's the about, discussion, announcements. The announcements will show you the 3 things that I've kind of pinned, including a link to the Zoom class, our videos, and I'm just going to put each one of the videos underneath there, couched, so that you can find them quickly. And then each week I will put the class announcement. So I will take this off the announcements after class, and I'll put next week's up when I get to it. Anyways, going back to the top, we don't use the rooms. Members, if you guys want to check in on each other and see who's here. But the media is what I want to show you. So this has all your photos that you guys have been adding to the main page in the discussion. If you go over to albums, I have a references from Michael Orwick. Feel free to add either another album with more references, or you can simply add your references to here. Within this, I've just kind of gone through and done kind of a little bit of a greatest hits of some of my favorite photos that I found quickly and easily that I thought might be interesting. This is actually one here that I thought about doing today, just because it has a little hill, it has the upright trees and sky and water. That's Savi Island. But anyways, you can see again how these 4 value planes completely change according to where the light is. We still have our dark uprights, but the ground plane becomes very light because the shadows are casting across from those trees and they're naturally dark grasses. I know some of you are interested in doing vineyards. This is a bad photo. You know, I wouldn't paint these colors as I see them exactly, but it still has great values, a lot of interesting color, and follows a lot of the guidelines for the 4 values within the landscape. So if you're interested in a vineyard, I got more. This is another one that a lot of students have painted, people that are really excited by bright, happy colors. This was a cover of one of my art books. I think my first art book that I ever put out. This is a fun one to paint. But it's a difficult one because it's so vibrant. Here's this in black and white, da 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 da. Oh, there they are in the black and white versions and the color versions. Anyways, lots of options there. Feel free to use them. Feel free to paint from your own references.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oops.
Can you help me understand a bit what you meant by what are the perpendicular uprights indicating to you? Because they can be front, back, or center.
Do you mean like where are they on the scene?
Yeah, well, you said that there were 4 values. There was the sky, the flat plane, this light source of the hills, and then the perpendicular uprights. Do you expect them to be somewhere, or what are you getting from them?
All right. Mary is the plant in the group. She's there to ask the pertinent question at the right time and allow my transitions to look cool and naturalistic. So with that, let's transition over to the palette. All right. Are we live? Yes. All right. And everybody can still hear me fine?
Yes.
Great. So let me see, where did I put the reference for today's class? Here we are. Let's very quickly pretend, well, we're not going to pretend. I'm just going to do a very quick black and white. I'm using acrylic paints for this quick demo. And so I just have some water here, some of my less than good brushes, because I'm just going to kind of slap this on here really quickly. Zoom in just a touch more. And I will show you what I mean, because let's see if I can get these acrylics to kind of sit up here. Great. Just like the oils do. So some black and a bunch of white. Oh, this tube's probably back from my college days. It is almost rock-like. I don't use acrylic paint too much, and when I do, it's usually whatever my daughter's using. All right. So let's just quickly do a drawing of a generic landscape. So first thing in my landscapes is, I'm gonna straighten this line. I hope. No, guess not. First thing is I generally will figure out where my horizon line is. And in this painting, I'm going to put it right where I tell you guys not to put it. I'm just going to put it right in the middle, which is the most boring spot. All right, so there's my horizon line. In this nice, happy landscape, I have some mountains back there. Hopefully these paints are okay. They're so old. I'm not even taking the water very well. Okay, so I've got my horizon line, my mountain. In this pretty little landscape, I've also got a meandering creek. In this landscape, I also have a very nice tree. And a little line of trees back here. All right, you guys able to see that okay? I'll zoom in even a little bit more there. Everybody see that okay? All right, so now my trees are the upright planes. My trees could be anywhere on here, right? They could also be grasses on the edge of my water, possibly, that are upright planes. They're just things that are perpendicular to the sky above. Perpendicular, yeah. I'm gonna get a bigger brush because otherwise it'll take forever to paint this. So my uprights are my darkest. And I'm going to use very obvious value variations in this example. My uprights along the water's edge. They probably wouldn't be as dark as the dark in the trees. And what I'm usually referring to is looking into the shadows of each thing. This bunch of trees back here is also upright, so they're quite dark. All right.
Michael, I have a question about your grasses there and the shadows. I love how it looks, but I confuse myself when I'm thinking about the shadows there. So you have, let's say, if the sun is, well, you in that corner that you're working on right there is the sun would be on one side, but that corner the sun would be on the other, and so, but yet they're both sort of in shadow.
Right. I'm kind of thinking of the sun as overhead in this instance. So if these are taller grasses, they're just kind of picking up more, they're kind of more in the shadow. So this is kind of an overhead example. Or if the sun was behind back here somewhere, this would also be kind of shaded in this way. Let's give these trees little trunks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully that seemed very rudimentary. Sorry if I didn't answer it as thoroughly. So now, what is our next darkest after our upright planes? What is those being number 4? What would be number 3? Anybody?
Your mouth.
Great. So the mountains generally are kind of like at a 45-degree angle or whatever they are. So let's mix up some gray. Add a little water because it's acrylic. And let's get those mountains in. I so want to dip into my paint thinner. I better cover it. A cool thing too is once you kind of realize this, you can begin to compare and contrast within your references or when you're out in nature and say, you know what, I see the 4 value planes, but you know what, the hills and the grasses are actually really close in value, or my mountains and my trees are actually closer together. The trees are darker, but the mountains are sure close. You know, on a really crisp day, the mountains could appear, you know, pretty dark and pretty crisp. I remember the first time I went to Arizona to paint, I had such a weird, hard time, or the first time I went to Palm Springs to paint, because there was no atmosphere hardly at all. You could just see forever. And the far back mountains just felt so close because of the clarity. There wasn't all that atmosphere between them and me. So you get to decide as the painter, you know, what kind of transition do I want between these? What value shifts do I want? Do I want my 1, 2, 3, 4 all really close together, like on a foggy day? Or do I want them far apart, like a sunny day, you know, without any dust and pollution in Arizona, right? Where we can just see forever. And you guys get to decide that. You don't have to base your decisions on the reference. The reference is just a starting point, just a jumping off point to get your juices flowing and to get your paint onto the canvas. So you'll see that I change everything. I change the colors, I change the values, but by abiding by or knowing this guideline, I can figure out if things aren't making sense, why, and maybe I can push it. Here's a really fun example. If any of you guys look up abstract landscapes, like online, or better yet, paint a couple yourself. I have so many of them around here. Let me just grab one. Not my favorite example, but an example nonetheless. So, you know, it's not really an abstract landscape, it's just an abstract painting. But watch what happens if I flip this upside down. It gets angry and intimidating and heavy feeling, like the sky is falling. It also kind of looks like a cool path to some sunlight behind trees. But it's interesting how our brains, even before you learn this 4 value planes of the landscape, our brain knows that lighter colors feel better up. So I try to push that in, you know, when I do abstract paintings quite a lot. You know, or the cool thing with an abstract painting is, you know, we've all thought that, how do they even know which way's up in this abstract painting? Well, in playing with them, when we put the darker colors up, it has a whole different feel to it. So anyways, it's fun to kind of experiment, play with, and
Michael, is this a place where notan would be useful?
well, it's 4 values is what we're going to need. So when I just did the black and white, it was kind of a notan, but 4 values are actually 3 to 4 values is generally what I do my thumbnails. Notan is my starting point, but I generally, before I move on to painting, I love to work it into 3 to 4 values. And that just helps me to make better choices and to find things. I find that notans are very flat. They're beautiful and they're wonderful for figuring out design and shape. But then the next step for me is to figure out form and how things are going to lie in space. So I need a couple values, 3 but I think 4 is better, and you're gonna see that today. So for those of you that were in the first class on design, this is a great kind of addition to that, kind of a next step of thought. All right, so we've got our mountains. I could put a little bit of reflection in the water back here of our mountains. All right, what is my next value? What is the next darkest? What is number 2? So we've got number 4, number 3. What's number 2?
Your flat planes.
Flat planes. So again, as a general rule, general guideline, those are the things that are getting the most direct sunlight or light from the sky. So and for those of you that were using the Arches oil paper, that's what I'm painting on with acrylic. And yes, indeed, Arches, the oil paper is wonderful. And I'll show you something in here just in a second why I love it. But it is thirsty. You are right. It's like painting onto a dish towel. Just soaks up the water, painting onto a paper towel. I remember when I learned this from an amazing artist named Kwong Ho out of Denver. And it was one of those things like, of course I already knew it just because I've lived in this world for a long time, but having it explained and broken down and then using it as a way to test my work and to go, why is this landscape painting not working? Oh, because my sky is far too dark, or my grasses could sure be a lot lighter. But look at that, ta-da, we have a landscape already, just 4 values and a couple big shapes. All right, I'm gonna bring these trees down a little because they look silly floating back there. Right, and then of course within each one of these planes, I might have some darker grasses, I might have, the top of this tree maybe getting a little light, but it's still very dark. The tops of these hills, maybe I have, a little bit of light catching on the, edges of things. But as a general rule, they're all staying within those values to some degree. And again, all these values can shift. Like, it's not like there's a magic formula that it's white and then 20% up is, the flat plane, and then 20% more is the mountains, and then black is the uprights. There's nothing like that. There's no rule or anything I can tell you. I've even tried like breaking the system and experimenting to like realize what is the most ideal, like within a picture, disregarding colors, but what's the most ideal, like how much lighter should my sky be than my ground plane and my mountains compared to that? And I've not found that. So just realizing that every painting is individualistic and all those values are going to shift on every painting in some way is great. But knowing the rule will help us break the rule, because there's times like during spring when the blossoms on a tree may make it appear much, much, much lighter, or again, a snow-covered scene where everything could be, all thrown out the window. There's always things that are changing these 4 values, but knowing that and being able to test against it will really help. And a lot of times our paintings become very scattershot and broken, and things begin to float around and we don't know why. And a lot of times I go, oh, okay, it's because my shadows and my uprights need to get darker. That will ground everything. Or, my clouds are too dark. That is a very common one that people make, is that our clouds will appear too dark. And because we stop comparing them to the ground planes and the uprights. we want to, so we can compare. And like I said, like in the reference that I'm going to use today, see how close these are? I mean, they're almost exactly the same value, the hills and the tops of these grasses. And it just makes a weird optical shape here. Like it looks like the ground is just climbing up a hill. And so by knowing this, I can then go into this and hopefully make some good choices to give this a better sense of depth and perspective. And remember too, when you're painting from references, if you're anything like me, it's probably not a very good photo. So you're probably, you know, you're painting from your camera's idea, then to my computer where it's going to lose some resolution, then to my crappy printer where it's even getting worse. So I'm not going to trust this. I don't want to copy this bad version of a bad photo of a, you know, bad camera on a bad day. I want to make a pretty painting, and I like some of the elements in here. So I'm going to use what's there and then disregard the rest. So very quickly, let's just redo that whole thing, but I'm going to use this as my reference. So I've got, and so I would love for you guys to kind of do what I did here as part of your assignment. And this is just like the color wheel. It's something that you can refer to. It doesn't need to be beautiful or amazing or anything. It's something that you can refer to. And it's just kind of a little note. You know, if you wanted to, you could write the numbers on here even, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Very, I feel like I'm in Sesame Street or something. Anyways, it's that simple, but it's that complex. But by breaking it into its simplest elements, we can now build onto that. All right. So let's go back, clean my brush a little, and let's figure out what is my biggest shapes in this reference. Okay. Instinctively, just because I took the photo and there's so much sky area, there must have been something about this. So I'm going to make it a sky painting. That will give me a lot of space to play with what we did last week. If you're painting along and using this as your reference, feel free to do whatever colors you want on this. Please, I would love to see, you know, 20 different variations on the theme, and we can all learn from each other and go, wow, those are cool colors, or yeah, I'm glad I didn't do phthalo blue. That one's crazy. But anyways, it's meaning, because it's a sky painting, my horizon line is quite low on the scene. I've got water in the foreground here. And I'm going to go ahead and change it a little bit just because I don't love the angles. So I'm going to bring this side down a little bit and open it up a little bit more to allow that creek some space. All right. I've also got a little low-lying hill back there. That's actually named Sleeping Indian. I don't know if I have the Sleeping Indian part of the mountain, but hill back there. I've got an interesting tree growing out of the water. This water is actually called Moose Creek outside of Jackson Hole, or I can't remember the name of the little town. So I got this kind of tree growing out of the water. It's reflecting back down. There's some grasses. I have a tree back here, kind of on the edge of where this creek comes along. Right, I'm just breaking it into some really big rudimentary shapes. There's a line of trees, which I always like back here. Bring it just below the horizon line. So thirsty, this paint's just not traveling. Sorry, I have to keep re-dipping. Tree line. And, you know, if I was designing and taking time, I would probably be moving some of these trees around just so that they felt better and did more interesting things. So feel free to design this scene as much or as little as you see fit. There's a kind of another tree poking out here. I'm going to move it over just a little bit and make it come across the top of the mountain. All right. Also within this, I have very pronounced, got my tree reflecting. I have very pronounced upright grasses on the edge of this swamp. So I can go ahead and add those in. Oops. I always feel funny when I give these little demos and make these really bad drawings, but hopefully you're getting the point of it. So I'm gonna darken my number 4s, my uprights. So that's the trees, that's the grasses. I think I'll bring some of the grasses into the foreground a little bit here just to give it a little motion. The grasses truly come across the whole bottom of the scene. I don't really like that because it, to me, feels a little bit like a fence or a gate that I would have to hop over to get into it. And if I had my waders on and I wanted to go walk around in that pond and catch some frogs or a moose or whatever, I could. I like to make the viewers feel welcome. Changing to a bigger brush. Staying with the darks for a minute. And I put my line of trees back here. This tree that's kind of peeking from behind this tree up here. And of course, the values would be getting lighter as they go back if there was a lot of atmosphere. So the darks within these tree line back here would be lighter than the darks within the shadows within these closer trees. And then the shadows at the base of this or into the dense parts would be my darkest. But I'm just breaking it into 4 simple values so that I have something to see and something to build off of. All right, got my darks. You can already begin to see the beginning of a landscape there. Just imagine it's a snow scene. All right, as we know, number 3 is our mountain. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of a, I'm gonna keep that mountain on the darker side so that my grasses have a little more range and value that I can manipulate. Yeah, I very much contemplated continuing my search for a good reference that had all these things laid out for you. But I kind of thought, well, you know what? I'm lazy. And 2 is this will allow us to see where we might want to make changes. That far back hill. Now I'm going to get quite light with my grasses just to see what happens if I do. And I can start back here by laying it in to see if I'm lighter than that hill. I am. In fact, you know what? I think I might even go back in and darken that hill just a touch more because they did get kind of close, right? So I'm going to go back in and make that hill just a touch darker. And voila, we have a landscape painting. You know, and I can add the sky. I can make it so it's not pure white, you know, just the paper white. If I want, I can mix up a little bit of color. I could So for those of you who are willing to go that little extra mile, this is a great way to kind of just establish your value plan in your painting. Kind of see, does it look good when it's just a simple value plan? Would it make, you know, are the abstract shapes that make it up, are they interesting? Does it fall back into space? What could I do to help it? What could I push? Could I darken the hill? Could I lighten the sky? Right? Maybe I do have a cloud in there. Like there's one sitting on the horizon there. Maybe it's just a touch darker on the horizon. And that allows me to play and experiment with that. Does that make sense? Please let me know if you have any questions at this point about the 4 value planes in landscape. Anybody? Anything? Zoom in a little more there. You can kind of imagine where the numbers would go, 1, 2, 3, 4. My grasses and my sky are actually pretty close. So I could maybe make my grasses a little darker if I wanted. And that's, you know, up to you as you're painting it. I had some questions about glazing. So I went ahead and did 2 of these last night. They're nice and dry. So I'm going to go ahead and swap this out, clean off my acrylic paint, see if I can't save that. Maybe I'll play with it a little later, put some water on it. And I'm going to put this up. So let's take a couple-minute break while I do that transition. Grab yourself some fresh coffee, and we'll be right back. All right, one more minute. I'm gonna just grab a drink and we'll get right back to it. I had it set on paparazzi mode. It looked like a lightning. All right, I'm going to assume everybody's just about back. I see a couple people in their seats. Yeah, I had some questions about glazing. Somebody brought up Maxfield Parrish, who's one of my all-time favorite painters, somebody I look back to a lot and spent time investigating and trying to figure out how did Max do what Max did. He was one of my early art heroes. He utilized transparent glazes to amazing effect to create his really beautiful blues and greens and other colors in his landscape. He would often do his underpainting kind of like this, a value study, but he did his, at least in the references I've seen, in blues. And so when he added his colors slowly, layer by layer, transparent glazes, they affected it differently. You'll notice that the grays are going to read as blues. So when you're using transparent glazes, that's really thinned out paint. And for today, I'll be using just a touch of Galkid with Gamsol, which is the paint thinner, mixed into it. You can use straight paint thinner. You could also just do it by simply rubbing your paint really thinly across your surface. There's all sorts of ways of doing glazes. When you add a darker color to your glaze or into your mixture, it's called shade. You're adding shade to it, or shading. And when you add white to it, that's called tinting. You'll see I'll do a little bit of tinting, but I'm going to do it after I glaze. I'll add the tint, the white, into the glaze. And I can do glazing basically with any color if you just thin it out enough. But generally, the transparent and semi-transparent colors are your best for glazing. Okay. In the top scene, I'm going to use my quinacridone red. In my bottom scene, I'm going to use, actually in the top one, I'll use Indian yellow, which is, I laid out my colors like they're a color wheel. So this would be my orange, my purple, my green. I kept my Indian yellow off to the side. It would be kind of right here. I don't know why I kept it to the side. I just wasn't really going to use it today too much. I've got.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah.
It's Jean. Can you just describe or tell me the color of the pigment or color of each one of your little blobs?
Yep. So I have a cadmium yellow light. And actually, I think I may have squeezed out Hansa yellow light. I'm not sure which one. It looks more like Hansa because it's a little more transparent. Hansa yellow deep, which again is kind of a semi-transparent. So if I used cadmium yellow deep, it would be much more opaque of a color. But for glazing and doing some of the mixing I want to do, more transparent colors work a little better. I believe that this is a cadmium red light, quinacridone red, French ultramarine, and manganese blue hue. Okay. I also brought in just a couple little quick sketches I did. This was actually a little plein air sketch. I did like 3 or 4 of them that day. And this was just me standing in a creek. Maybe you've even seen a photo of me standing in a creek painting. So I'm literally standing in it, just looking up the creek. The light was behind these trees. And I'm going to quickly glaze into this one as well, just to kind of show you. This is a painting that I've been working on. And in talking to my daughter, I had a bunch of trees back here and they were reflecting here and they lined up so perfectly with the grasses that it looked really odd. So by going in and I just took white oil paint and just kind of clear cut a couple trees, gave a little bit better form. And I'm going to go ahead and glaze into this. So I'll do this one first. I'm just going to use a little bit of paint thinner. I'm actually going to even not use Galkid just to show you can just do it with simply paint thinner. I'm going to take a little bit of my manganese blue and add it right over the top here. Let me grab, where did my paper towels go? Oh, right here. Letting that sit for just a half a second. It's very odd looking. And I'm just going to quite lightly wipe it away. There you go. Very, very transparent. A little more blue. You know, the sky's not really following the gradation, but it's just a quick way to add color. Let me take my paper towel, dip it into my paint thinner, and I'll wipe that off. Let's just do the same thing now with a little bit of Indian yellow. Very stiff color right now, this tube.
Michael, I have a question. If I have a painting I'm working on where the sky is too saturated a blue, too dark, is it better to paint the whole thing over with white, more white in the blue, or would it be better to glaze it with white?
Well, it wouldn't really be glazing it with white. Transparent white will be a weird, you can try it. That's the good news. You can always try this. But I would probably paint back into it. One thing I want you to be aware of was whenever you're glazing, inevitably you are darkening. You know what, like even though this Indian yellow is really, really bright, I just darkened this sky a little bit.
So Michael, this is Stacy. I have a question. I've always been baffled by the stuff written on the back of our paint tubes, because sometimes it will say a paint is opaque and sometimes it will say a confusing arrangement of letters. I don't understand. And sometimes it says like pigment permanence A or pigment permanence C. Can you clarify some of that for me?
Yes. Okay. So the transparent is every tube, every good paint tube should on the back. And this is a way to test if you're getting a reputable company when you're buying paints, is does it have that information that Stacy just mentioned on the back? Because a lot of tubes don't tell you what's in there. They'll tell you a color name, but that means very little. And so when I look on the back, or when I'm, deciding, do I want to glaze with it or whatever else, let's just do this one while we're talking. Now I'm going to mix a little bit of quinacridone red and Indian yellow together with a touch of manganese blue to kind of make a brownish color. I look and I see, is the color opaque, semi-opaque, semi-transparent, or opaque? And that is basically, like I said, you can draw, how easy can you see through it? So that's what that means. The numbers and letters are simply shorthand for the actual makeup of the pigment, the color that's in it. So it's a mineral shorthand that painters use or that paint manufacturers use, but it's really useful. You'll notice if you go to my website and see the suggested supply list, I actually list those next to the colors that named. And that way, if you're buying from a store that doesn't have Gamblin, or you just, Gamblin hurt your feelings, you don't want to support them anymore or whatever, you can look on the back of the tube, because a lot of them will just say red or green or, blue. And you're not sure if it's the same. By looking on the back, you can see if it's, made up at least of most of the same component minerals and whatever else they're using to make the color. What was the other question? Oh, light permanence. I don't remember which one is which, but you want the most light permanent colors you can. Most good colors, have a very strong permanence. I'm mixing a little more red into it.
Right. It was like letters. It was like A, permanence is A. And I have a big array. I mean, the Gamblins are great because they tell you if it's opaque or transparent, but some of the others do not. So it's like, I don't know,
Yeah, and like the another color I use a lot is the transparent earth red. And sometimes it's just called earth red, sometimes it's called oxide red.
Right.
Whole bunch of them, and if you just look on the back, you'll realize they're made up of all the same stuff, and it just different brands have different names. When I'm just quickly reaching into my drawer and pulling out tubes of paint, I've got so many different manufacturers, and their names can be everywhere. You can tell, like, some of them have very romantic paint manufacturer or paint design owners, because their names will be very fluffy and beautiful, and others are just straight to the point, or even just literally are naming them what they're made of. There's a color called Chinese yellow, and instinctually I just thought, oh well, that means it's from China, it must be a yellow from China. But in fact, the color back when it was made, I think, for Picasso. And China was still considered very exotic and interesting. And so they just thought, you know what, this is a weird, interesting new color. Let's name it Chinese yellow because that makes it sound cool. And they just never changed it. Indian yellow and a couple others are kind of based on some history. But there we go. See, I just colored that guy. I can now go back
You
in.
painted the entire painting with that glaze, right?
And there's some trees and some light kind of peeking through there.
Now, you mentioned that with that manganese blue, it still brightened it up. What's going on?
I didn't add hardly any. I just kind of browned the color compared to the yellow in there. So yeah, I just added very, very little of that, mostly red and yellow to make kind of an orange color. But look, I mean, that painting went from having no body, no structure, to kind of, it's still crappy and very underdeveloped, but I can now, I can jump back into here after this dries and I can paint right over the top of this, no problem, especially because I didn't use any of the medium. I just used paint thinner. And I left it really quite thin. I'll be able to paint over this, later today or tomorrow if I wanted to. So let me go back to this one really quickly. And, you know, we've got this nice yellow. If I want to make it a little more glowy, I can actually create kind of an in-between color by adding a little bit of red and giving kind of a little bit of a penumbra effect almost. And that kind of creates a soft transition. So, and what I'm trying to do too, and showing you guys some of this stuff, is I know in talking with some of you or in emails from some of you, you know, you want to learn landscape painting generally, but you picked me as a painter from all the thousands of painters out there, in part because of the glowing effect and kind of the atmospheric perspective that I love and chase. And so as I'm teaching, I'll try to instill some of that. There's so many different techniques I've learned over the years and try to utilize in different ways, but that's one of them. Is just by going back in and really lightening almost all the way back to white, I can now just go in and glaze. And this other paint is very opaque, meaning that the light's hitting it and bouncing off. But sorry, but these very transparent, or this white, now what's happening is the light is shooting through this very transparent layer that I put on there of color, hitting that white underneath and then reflecting back at us. So it's kind of a cool way to utilize the paint in different ways to create different effects. All right. So, ta-da. That's why it's nice just to have a whole bunch of sketches laying around that you don't really care about or you're not sure what to do with, because you can just try different things. All right, so we got these two guys. Actually, I'll just let you guys pick a color, and it doesn't have to be one of these colors directly. It can be, you could say green or purple or orange, but what color should I glaze the top one? Go ahead, anybody.
Soft purple.
Soft purple, okay. Let's clean all that yellow off this brush then. So here's something I haven't mentioned yet. One of my very favorite purples is in fact not French ultramarine and manganese, or French ultramarine and quinacridone, which would be the normal purple we would do, but is actually the manganese blue. And quinacridone makes a very beautiful purple. I'm going to do two piles. So I've got a bluer one, a redder one, two red, not purple. All right. You're going to see them clear. They both appear very dark right now. I'm going to do my reddish one over the top. To make it soft, what I would probably do is come back in, and maybe I'll do that. I'll add some white to it after I get it on there. This was painted with acrylics underneath, so that would be dry by today. There we go. What a difference. You can see the one underneath it and how much more interesting that is already from just the gray scale. I don't think I ever had, in all my years of taking classes and and workshops, anybody ever teach glazing. Maybe you guys have been luckier than I was. And I found it so strange, again, because I'm such a fan of Maxfield Parrish and so many of the old Renaissance painters who use just thin, transparent glazes over the top. And if I wanted to, I could let this dry. And then I could come back in and make the sky oranger by adding a transparent yellow on top, which is what Maxfield Parrish did. He used quite pure colors and thin glazes. You can make brown and glaze in with brown. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to use my bluish one now, and I'm going to glaze into the trees. Actually, let's just glaze into all of it. besides the sky. So I'm just kind of bending the glaze a little bit, making a little bit of variation. So when you glaze, you don't have to do the whole surface. You can spot glaze areas. Again, another thing that nobody talks about. A lot of times when you ever see glazing demos online, they're just going to go ahead and glaze the whole surface of the painting. But the truth is you can glaze just little areas if you want. All right. And I remember you saying you wanted soft purple. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and add a little white. But again, I'm tinting it now. So it's going to change because I'm adding an opaque white. I almost never glaze with white just because it does kind of odd things. You're more than welcome to experiment with that. But I can push this white around within the glaze and it will pick up some of it, of course.
Hello, Michael. I have two whites. One is called a titanium white.
Yep.
The other one is called a zinc white.
Great.
And they recommended that for transparent, the zinc is for transparent glazing. It's more of a bluish. Is that right?
I'm not positive which way they each one leans towards warmth and cool. I love zinc white. I stopped using it a couple of years ago because in my reading, it had a propensity towards cracking.
Oh.
Than titanium. It's not as elastic. But the truth is now that I paint primarily on panels, on stiff substrates, that's not an issue for me any longer. So I could be painting with zinc white. They also have titanium zinc blends. But yeah, I should probably rebuy some zinc because of the fact that titanium white is so opaque and wants to cover. Like, let's go ahead and put some pure zinc white on there and I'll just show you how thick, look at that bright cloud, bam, on there. And so yeah, that is something that I should probably revisit. I kind of, back in my day of let's make everything as simple, have it the least amount of colors and supplies, I just kind of made a hard stop on buying it. And when I buy white, I'll go and buy like, 10 tubes of white and I just buy always titanium. But yeah, and I have a true lead white from China, which I just use as a paperweight, but it's illegal in the US. It's interesting. I like to just have people hold it because it's so darn heavy.
Is that like a flake white?
Flake white is the kind of the modern version of lead white.
Okay.
Flake white is beautiful. It's the thickest. It's also considered warmer. A lot of people will use it who are portrait painters. And it has a different consistency to it. It has, if you can imagine melted cheese, when you pick up melted cheese and it has that kind of stringiness, flake white and true lead white have a flakiness that a lot of people were kind of longing for, that the old painters had. If you look at Rubens' paintings and stuff, he used a lot of lead white and he had this kind of beautiful, I'm adding a little bit of cool blue down here just to add kind of a layer of atmosphere between the trees and the mountains. And I'll add a little bit of white back here just to pretend there's some fog back there. There you go. Soft purple. I believe that's what you asked for. It's kind of pinky. Maybe I can make the bottom a little more purple here. Want to give the people what they ask for. All right. So there we go. We got and all right, new color. And then we'll get to the actual painting of the painting. What color
Green.
should- I'm sorry?
Green.
Green, all right. Let's do a big green painting. Clean that purple off this brush. What kind of green do we want? Do we want a yellowy green? Do we want a vibrant green? Do we want a
Yellow.
yellowy?
Yeah.
Warm or cool yellowy green?
Cool.
All right, so I'm going to be using this lemony yellow. I'm going to go ahead and add my manganese blue, which will make a pure green. I could mix it with French ultramarine, which would bring in a little bit of the red and make more of an olivey green. Let's just go ahead and mix a pile of that right beside this so you can kind of see maybe a little difference in the greens, a little more olivey. So we'll stay with the top green. Let's see what happens if that turns this, what happens with this. And again, I wouldn't have to glaze the whole thing. Sometimes when my paintings are getting too all over the place, when I've kind of lost my sense of harmony in the painting, I will simply just go and glaze the whole painting, and it all of a sudden brings everything back into kind of a bit of a harmony. You can kind of consider that like a mother color almost. All right, it's like making Easter eggs. Just dip that into that vinegar solution and bam, I got a light green egg. Oh, I want it more green. I just have to dip it longer or add another layer or darken these colors. So there we go. I'm going to add a little more blue into that concoction. So our mountains have a little bit of blue in them, a blue feel comparatively. Now, let's just see what happens. Let's add a tiny bit of red to that green mixture. Just a touch. And bring that into our grasses. Pretty fun. Now that we've got that, let's go ahead and push it a little bit and bring in our pink cloud like we did in the first class. Kind of add a little yellow to it to harmonize it. I'll show you guys something kind of cool too. I'm going to do something called double mixing here. I'm going to have a yellow side of my color and a pink side of my color. I'll bring my brush down the middle so I have both colors on there. And let's drag that and we should get a striated mark. So I don't know if you can see that very well. I'm going to zoom in real quick. In that cloud, we got a top of it. It's kind of a light, cool pink with a yellow bottom. I'm going to flip my brush over if I can figure that out. And do the inverse on the bottom. Oops, sorry. There we go. On these grasses, I can even warm up that green just a touch more, maybe darken it just a touch. And so, got white in there, sorry. Anyways, have fun with glazing. You know, you might want to just do some quick abstract black and white paintings or grayscale paintings. And you can just scribble over the tops of them. But yeah, pretty fun. They're a little more interesting than they were when they were just grayed down versions of themselves. So glazing is one tool that we have in our toolkit. And again, it's kind of an underutilized one. Has everybody heard of alla prima painting? That's kind of all the rage, you know, with plein air painting and everything. Is alla prima just means all at once, or I'm not sure if that's the exact direct translation. But people are so, it's been such a fad lately of this kind of finishing a painting in one sitting, in one go, and you know, and it's all about the energy and the excitement, and all that's true and wonderful. But I think by doing that, we've forgotten some of the amazing things that oil paints can do. And a lot of that is in layering. Let's see if I can. I'm going to turn my camera without unplugging it. Always scary. There's a big painting down there on the floor. I'll bring it closer. This is one that has been kind of in the back of my stack of paintings for a long time. And it was very, very red. Everything was done in very fall colors. And I decided to just revisit it and add cool. I added cool greens. So what do I need to do? I need to do it this way. Cool greens on top, blues into the sky to make the sky more dynamic. And it's not done yet, but by adding these other colors, and what I wanted to show you is, because it was really dry, I was able to let that red show through underneath the greens. And it does kind of an optical mixing. If you get close, the red's really obvious. But as you go away from the painting, the reds and the greens begin to blend in areas and make interesting effects. And that's something you just can't do in one sitting of painting. And so, you know, there's just some effects that take patience. And with oil paints, that can be hard because of the fact that they dry so gosh darn slowly. But that's why I work on 20 paintings at a time, I guess. I have, you know, paintings everywhere. And I showed you that on the little behind the scenes video. Hopefully you guys got a chance to see that. Let's take another 5-minute break, and I'm going to clean this up and change over to the other one. So hopefully that was useful. And we'll get to the next one. So thank you guys.
Michael, I have one question about glazing medium. Is it only thinner or other mediums we can use it?
Yeah, you can totally use it. I didn't use anything besides paint thinner right there. Just a little bit of Gamsol. But when I'm using a glazing medium, I use the Galkid. Oh, can't read it. Paint on the G. Galkid, this is just a little sample one. This is Galkid Light. Yeah, any mediums are good, and they will make the paint stronger. When you use paint thinner, you're weakening the bond of the paint a little bit. And a paint medium, basically how I think of paint mediums, whichever one I'm using, is as glue. And some paint mediums are, you know, make the painting dry faster. Some of them make it dry slower. There's just, you know, there's hundreds of different types. For the most part, I just keep it pretty simple and just use the Galkid and Galkid Light and Gamsol, the paint thinner, mixed with it.
Galkid, how to spell?
Galkid, G-A-L.
G-A-L. Okay.
K-Y-D.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and my favorite one actually is Galkid Gel.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Because that way I can make thick, transparent layers if I want. I can actually add texture into my transparency if I want. Plus, like I couldn't put the Galkid medium up here, but I could put the gel up here. It would stick and stay.
Thank you.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of different types of mediums you can use if you want.
Maybe that will be another series.
There it is without the tape. I mean, yeah, without the tape. Yeah, when it comes to mediums and stuff, I generally just try to keep it pretty simple. And I don't use medium very much. I mean, paint is so good now. You know, you always hear about these masters formulations for the mediums they used and stuff. And it's fun and interesting to read about and learn about. But the truth is, a lot of them were using those because their paints just weren't very good. They weren't milled really well. They weren't, you know, manufactured really well. But now paint out of the tube is so good that we don't need a lot of that extra stuff. Sip of coffee and we'll get started. Let me check my notes really quick and make sure I got so much to cover today. All right, here's my notes. Talk about the color wheel, playing in the mud, mixing across the color wheel, harmony through mother color, which I'll talk about as we do this. 4 value planes of landscape painting, glazing color is the bonus. Now we get to start Moose Creek painting, draw with quinacridone red, and establish the 4 values. For those of you taking notes and sitting at your computer, here's something, kind of some key items to think about as you're approaching your painting this time. First one, most important in landscape painting. Where is my horizon line? It seems so obvious, but a lot of people neglect that or don't answer that. And you end up getting floaty floaty scenes. The next question, and this was a big, huge note I had in my studio for years because it's so important, is simply where is my light source? If you've been in any of my classes, you've heard me say that a lot. I ask my students a lot, and it amazes me that 2/3 of the way through their paintings, they'll be like, I don't know. In landscape painting, generally, the sun or the sky is your light source. So if it's the sky, that's a big question, like on a very foggy day where you have kind of an equal light. But generally, you have the sun somewhere. It might not be in your painting, like in a backlit painting like I have, but it's off to the right or off to the left or behind you, and it's a facelit painting. Know that. Third question, what is my color harmony? And this is in reference to, or you can, will help you dictate the season that you're painting. So what is my color harmony? And then subnotes would be season, time of day, morning versus afternoon light versus midday light, all very, very different. Nocturne, of course, very different. Mood or the feeling I'm going for. I challenge you to think about that. Kind of, you're the poet, you're the author, right? What is the mood you're going for, and how do you keep that? That'll help you keep your harmony. If you're trying to create a siesta versus a fiesta, that's a whole different ballgame. You're using a lot more grays and the neutral colors in the middle of the color harmony. If you're trying to create a fiesta, a really exciting, maybe it's a flower garden or whatever, or just a super dynamic landscape, then it's, a lot of your colors may exist further out on the color wheel. Do you have a mother color or a couple of mother colors? And I'm going to talk about that here in just a minute, what that means. Is there an area or a quadrant of the color wheel that your painting exists in primarily? So if we look up at the reference, which is taped on very poorly up here, if I was looking at that, you can very quickly see if I copy the reference, fairly exactly, if I'm not going to go in and change my colors, it generally leans towards this area of the color wheel. And I am not only talking about the sky, I'm also talking about the grasses, which will bring us, and again, bad printer, bad photo, but a lot of the greens and stuff that exist in those grasses are still leaning towards this part of the color wheel. They're just further down here, meaning there's some blues or purples or greens added to them, but they still have a fairly warm, orangey, reddish, yellowy feel. Okay, so what quadrant of the color wheel? If we look back here, though, we do get some blues and grays, and I can play that up if I want for emphasis, or if I say, man, you know what? I nailed harmony. In fact, I over-nailed harmony. It's almost boring. It's too quiet. Everything's playing too nicely together. Then you can begin to experiment with mixing across the color wheel. Like these blue grays in here really help set off the pinks and orange and peach colors that are up above it. It almost needs some of those cools. In the far back mountain, it's kind of a blue gray. I might play that up a little bit so that the warms, and it'll kind of, break up the space a little bit. So again, just to reiterate, what is my color harmony? That will help us tell the season, time of day, mood, feeling. Are we using mother color or focusing on an area of the color wheel? If you can picture, if this was a pizza pie, my area of the color wheel is probably, I'm taking over 1/4 of the pizza pie because I'm hungry and I like all those warm colors. So I'm going to be using all of those, but most of my painting will kind of exist as if it was this slice. Does that make sense, you guys? How I'll be using my blues and these other colors, but they're going to be definitely mixed in such a way that they lean towards these colors. That makes sense, you guys?
Yes.
For your homework, just so I don't forget, I would love to see one or two of the 4 value plane paintings. Just you saw how quickly I did them. They can be done in a matter of minutes. You can use acrylic paint, oil paint, watercolors, gray pencils. I don't care. I just want you to have something that you have as your reference. I'm kind of building up some tools so that when we're not hanging out together having a great time, you can be by yourself and referring to those as great notes and checking your paintings against that, both to see what's going wrong and to see what areas in your references are different and why are they different. So the 4 value plane, and then starting this painting, not this painting, a painting using what we are learning today. That can be any reference of your choice. You can even copy another painting or base it on another painting. That is completely up to you. The colors can be copied as closely as possible from the reference, or feel free to have fun and make them up. Maybe you're using some of the sky colors from some of your other paintings. I could definitely superimpose any of these skies into this design and have a good old time and just change it up, right? This one's not even too dissimilar from what we got going on up there. So anyways, lots of experimenting that you can do. I would love to see a lot of different paintings, you know, where not everybody's just copying as closely as they can. That is, you know, creative color and the luminous landscape. That's where it's all about. So I will hopefully teach you guys some tools that you can use. And then by learning them, you can begin to push them and play and experiment and try new things. You do not have to finish your landscape painting this week if you don't want. I will be personally starting another landscape next week, just so I can demo again. But if you want to use both weeks to kind of work on it, build it up, maybe you want to let it dry a little bit so you can glaze into it. The painting needs to be very dry to do glazing, very dry. Otherwise you will just push your paint around and get a crazy thing going on. So just be aware of that. Glazing does take patience. So maybe you do an acrylic painting and then glaze into it with oils or something like that. All right. Keeping to the idea of showing you guys some of the tools and tricks and things I use, I was contemplating, how do I approach this painting? There's a lot of different ways. If you were in my design class, you saw like 3 or 4 different ways that I start paintings. I can start on a straight white surface like this, and I can just draw in my shapes. So I'm going to do that first, and then I'm going to show you another way. So I'm using the quinacridone red to draw with. I often use earth red, quinacridone red, or I will mix a little bit of my manganese blue into it and make a purple when I'm doing my drawing. I find for some reason that the quinacridone red makes a nice transition color for me, and I don't mind if a little bit of it shows through. I do thin my paint when I'm doing the drawing stage with just a little bit of paint thinner. I don't want it dripping down or anything, but I want basically the speed of a good ink pen across my surface. I don't want to have a whole lot of drag when I'm drawing personally. Other people maybe want a drier paint and, you know, to kind of have a little bit of a sketchier feel, maybe it feels safer than just letting your hand skip across when you're painting. So that will be for you to decide. All right. I use rulers often. Let's see if I can fit this in between here. It doesn't look like it's going to fit. So I'm gonna have to use a small ruler, but I love the T rulers when I'm doing my horizons. Just won't quite, well, maybe I can slide it behind there. Let's see. My horizon line on this painting is lower, below the halfway mark. Horizon line. All right, my hillside. And feel free to manipulate and move that hill around and whatever you feel like. My bank of the grasses kind of goes up to about here, comes down there, a little bit of an angle there. Changing this one to be slightly a bigger angle. There. Now I've got a tree here. Got a tree line back here. So I'm just kind of thinking big generic shapes. Can bring in this other tree if I want. Push it back a little bit. So I'll take it up on the horizon line a little bit and back there. See if I like that spacing. Big tree on the right side, kind of growing out of the water. It bottoms in the water and reflects back. Gonna turn this so that some grasses are in the foreground. Remember my reflections. These trees back here in this mountain are not going to be reflecting in my pond. They're too far away and the angle is too severe. Now I've got the upright area of these grasses. So there we go. Nice, basic, big shapes. I can put my, I can put the cloud bank in if I wanted to. But I oftentimes don't. When things are in my sky, I oftentimes don't draw too much into them just because they're in such close values. Pretty basic. A lot of my detail comes as I build up my painting. I will get my detail. So this is just kind of markers for myself. So that's one way I start my painting. Actually, I'm just going to do that one for this week. Next week, I will show you another way that I start my paintings. So anyways, I got my design. I've got, I could come through and refine some of these, trees and stuff if I want. I can get more specific, take a little more time, fix up things. The nice thing is if I decide, you know what, that tree looks ridiculous, let's just get rid of it. I don't care that it kind of smudges and stuff because I'm just going to paint over everything. Any questions? So now I also can remember my values. 1, 2, 3, tree 4, tree 4, right? So basically it's a pretty simplistic lay-in. So I know what kind of my values I'm going to go for. Now let's think about the colors. And this kind of goes back to that mother color and some of that. I'm going to keep the colors generally related to the reference, but I'm not going to hold too strictly to it. I don't care to copy a bad print of a bad photo that much. I'm using it as a jumping off point. So what I'm going to do now is mix colors. And again, they're kind of in this family with hints of these blues coming across. So I'm going to mix up some of my colors. And I'm going to mix up decent sized piles of them. I call those my mother colors. There's some paintings I do where I mix one color and all the other colors in the painting, every color in the painting will have a little bit of that color at least. And that's a great way to create a harmony. So let's say if I was doing this reference and doing that, let's mix up some of that sky color, because that's kind of radiate through. So I would take the yellow, the brighter, warmer yellow, because I know that that's a pretty dominant color. Some of my warm red a little bit. I'm just going to add that into the pile. And then a lot of white. And see where that lands me. So I got this really kind of nice yellowy peach color. I want it to be a little more peach, so I'm going to add some of the quinacridone to it, which is adding a little more red. Let me turn off this light, maybe we can see the colors a little better. There we go. Want it even a little more peachy than that, a little more red. And there I just went flying past the color. I got too red. So I will simply pick up that pile because I'll be able to use some of that color. Bring it up here and I'm going to grab about half of it. Get back into some of that yellow. Back into some of that white. For those of you that were paying attention, you'll remember that peach is my favorite color. So I'm always happy when I get to mix a big pile of peach color. My favorite color to paint with.
Michael, do you ever use the tubs of paint or always the tubes?
I found the tubes to be pretty difficult, scooping into them and keeping them from drying on top and everything else. No, I just prefer big tubes. And just being able to take them out in the field with me and paint and travel with them and stuff. So there we go. That's kind of, I'm going to pretend that that's kind of the mother color a little bit. So everything will kind of be related to that. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and mix these two piles. So I have one giant pile. So how I like to explain this is as if I went to the art store and said, you know what, here's the painting that I want to do. I need a tube of that sky color. And I would just mix up a big pile of it. Where would that exist in space? Well, for one, it's quite light. So, you know, it's would exist up above because it's not pure color, but it's kind of somewhere in between the yellows and the reds with a lot of white added to it. I don't have any blue added in there yet. But I will definitely be adding some of that blue into there, especially up in the sky and whatnot. I'm going to remix some of that, but without the white for my ground cover so that it relates. So I remember what that was. I just made a bright, bright orange. I'm going to calm that down with some of this yellow and lighten it up a little bit. Add a little bit of this light from over here. All right, I kind of know that the grasses are going to be blue or greens and kind of oranges, but they're definitely very dark and very much closer to brown. So I've got an orange with some white that exists kind of over here in space in between the red and yellow, but I'm going to bring it towards the blue because I want to neutralize it and darken it. So I should leave a little pile right there so you can see the original color. And add some blue. I'm making kind of a orangey green, orangey greeny browny color. All right, French ultramarine just dominated it and made it very dark, but it's actually getting pretty close to the color I'm kind of feeling. And I'm just kind of thinking of a generic big color that I'll be able to alter and change. Let me go shut the blinds over here. There we go. Now I got a very dark studio, but hopefully the lights are working for you guys. So I'm going to take part of that away. And I'm going to lighten it back up using a warm yellow, maybe a touch of cooler red. And I'm just kind of guessing a little bit, just kind of bending those colors. So it's taking it towards red. I'm going to pull some of that aside, and I'm going to add more French ultramarine and make a dark version of it as well. So this is how I make lots of colors that kind of relate to each other and how I change the values. So I'm thinking the temperature, I want it warmer, cooler. I'm also thinking the values, lighter, darker. And I'm going to try turning this light back on because I'm having a hard time seeing. That kind of knocks it out for you guys. Are you guys able to see it okay?
I can see the colors better now.
Okay, great. Because I can see way better. It was really dark in here. So you can see that these three colors here relate. It's a bluish version, a reddish version, and a more greenish version, but they relate very nicely to each other. There's a nice harmony between them. They're related to this color because, you know, I mixed it without the yellow or without the white. It's kind of the lighter version of that. I mean, the darker version of that, sorry. And now I'm going to kind of keep that in mind a little bit as I make some of my darks. So to make darks, I generally kind of just generically, almost instinctually think it's mostly French ultramarine with some of my warm red. It's a very warm dark right there. It makes a really hideous purpley color. I can show you by just adding some white on the side here where that color lies. It's quite blue. If you're, you know, if you're making a dark color and you can't see where it is in space, if it's, you know, red or blue or whatever, just add a little bit of white and you'll be able to see it. So I've got, it's actually still quite blue, which won't be bad because most of my darks are away from the sun, but I'll add a little more red to it. So again, I made a very hideous, dark, plummy purple. So what I'll do is I'll add a touch of the light yellow, and it could be whatever color, but whichever yellow, but I'm going to add a little bit of the light yellow to it, and that neutralizes the purple and should take it towards gray. So got a nice pile of it. I'll test it over here. Yeah, kind of a nice neutral gray. So. Actually, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's think of the mountain color. This is a big one, right? This is where my change is coming from, the reference, because again, in the reference, my ground plane, the number 2, is very close to the number 3. So I want to push one or the other, and I'm actually going to push both. I'm going to lighten the ground up a little bit. Actually, that's the main thing I'm going to do is lighten the ground plane, and I'll probably make the far back hill just a touch blue, or I think kind of a navy blue may play nicely with these colors. So let's mix that up. And what's great about Mother Colors, again, I can read your minds. I know what you're saying. You're like, he really does this before his paintings? This seems to take away some of the fun and spontaneity of color mixing. But the truth is, it's great in so many ways. And a big thing is I can test the colors side by side here and just kind of imagine, would they make a nice abstract painting, or would I buy a shirt with those colors or whatever? Do they go together well? And that's another way of testing the harmony within the painting. Because I want most of the colors to really play nicely together, to quietly get along, you know, a nice, polite family. And then in the sky or in my focal point or wherever I want to use it, I can splash in some of the purer color or some color that's more dramatic, more dynamic, and stands out, you know. And that color, again, I keep saying this, will be able to sing. It'll be the prima donna because everything else is supporting it. Okay. In my family, we have a thing called, well, I don't know what it's called, but we have different days, especially when we're on vacation, on longer vacations, where like on my day, it might be all about going to just eating and exploring art museums. So on Mike Day, you know, I get to pick where we go, I get to pick what we do and everything else. And so, you know, my day would be let's go to some art museums that, you know, my family might fight a little bit, but they can't argue because it's my day. And I don't know what the point of that was going to be. Oh, just it's nice to let one of the members of the family kind of have their way with it, and they get to dictate a little bit. They get to stand out. So I'm kind of mixing a grayed down purpley blue over here. And it's too dark because now I have my comparisons, right? I have my number 1 sky color. I have my number 2 ground plane color. This is kind of the shadows of some of those grasses. My uprights, my very darks, the trees and whatnot. And now I'm looking to the hill. This is too close to the uprights, and I want the hill to be different from that. So I'm going to add a little white to it and lighten it up. And just this will allow me to see the color that I've created, kind of a gray purple. And what did I say? Navy, kind of a navy blue. I kind of like the purple, and it seems like it might relate well. I'll add a little more blue to it and see. Got this orange smack in the middle, makes it hard to see my colors. So let's move that aside. Some mother colors, piles of color, and then I can go into those piles and I can create, you know, there's going to be darker parts of the hill, and there's going to be lighter parts of the hill. I'm cleaning my palette knife in between with my so you see these 3 colors are still related. Within my darks, I might have some warmer areas, maybe where it's getting closer to the sky or whatnot. I might have some colors that are a little cooler, but yet a little lighter. But not that blue, because that would look ridiculous. Wouldn't go together with what we got going on at all. So let's mix some yellow, get it back to green. I'm going to bring a little bit of red in. So you see what I'm saying when I use kind of all the colors. It's so hard for me when people say, you know, how did you make that color? Especially when I'm kind of far into it, because I'm not only grabbing from around here, but I'm also grabbing out of some of these other colors again, so that I have harmony throughout, and they relate to each other. This blue of the hill is pretty dramatic compared to these other colors. So I may want to gray that down a little bit. You can always put in your kind of boring colors and then liven them up too. It's not a one-way streak. So, and this pile is very small. I should have definitely made more mountain color. I can go back up now to my sky, and I could stop anywhere. I could make just 3 colors, 4 colors, but I can just keep breaking them up and making more color. You know, I could make almost every color I'm going to use if I wanted. And then it gets really easy. If you've got a good drawing, a good design, you've kind of figured out your values. I can, yeah. So, and again, these will all change. And a lot of times, once I even start painting and putting them on there and putting these colors next to each other, I really can see what needs to be, how they need to be doctored and changed, and everything else that goes with it. So I'm not held firm to any of these colors, but it's a great jumping off point. And again, it takes more time in the beginning, but it sets me up for success, and it really speeds up the painting process as I go along. So there's kind of my sky now. Let's even take this sky up to the next spot and even get it towards kind of the greeny blue that's at the top a little bit. Kind of gets a little more subtle. So touch of blue, touch of yellow. I can push that as far as I want. There we go. Kind of got a colors, sky colors, most of the ground colors, some of the uprights, at least a reference for my hill color, because again, I didn't make enough color. This is not actually a pile of color. Kept them somewhat separate, and now I get to basically start painting. Do you guys have any questions about this? Do any of you guys actually do this? Do you pre-mix your colors ever?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Saves time later.
It really saves time later. It takes, there's so much fun in painting when you get into the zone, where you get into the part where you're just playing and you're reacting. Every brush stroke leads to the next brush stroke. It doesn't happen all the time, doesn't happen even all that often, but I'm always trying to set myself up for where I'm painting on instinct. I'm painting kind of from my soul and from my previous knowledge, and I'm just tapping into that part of me. And that's when painting is really fun. And that's where you're just like, I don't even know who painted this. It just came out. And I found that by doing a few things more often and figuring some stuff out, I set myself up for a better likelihood of getting into a flow state, or whatever terminology you have for that. All right. As a general rule, I paint from dark to light. Again, as a general rule, there's a lot of times where I'll start with the sky, again, just because the sky kind of dictates. Maybe I shouldn't have drawn my number on there. Number 1. So as a general guideline, dark to light, big to small is a great way to approach your painting. If you're just like, man, I just don't know where to start. Dark to light, big to small, big shapes to small shapes is a great way to do it. I like to start also with my darks because that kind of is the foundation, kind of the structure of my painting. It kind of gives me the movement and the things that I'm going to build up on. The colors, kind of, again, the drapes and the decorating. This is the structure of the house. So there's some kind of shadows for the upright grasses. A little paint thinner just to speed up the paint. I like to keep my darks generally kind of thinner as well, a little bit, for a couple reasons, just so they don't contaminate the light colors when I bring them in. Also, it helps to, when I photograph it, thinner colors aren't as shiny, they don't reflect as much. I'm gonna lower this a little bit because I want it definitely lower than that. So that's kind of the form of the creek a little bit. It's kind of a pondy area with the creek that either leads into it or out of it. I don't know which one. I'll bring the tree onto this side. The creek's going to go behind it, maybe in between it and this one back here. A lot of times I start at the foundation because that's going to be your darkest area generally in a tree, the least amount of light, kind of in the shadow. Again, I'm just looking into the darkest parts of these trees. I'll be able to come in and add more to them as they as I'm building up my painting. This tree comes down into the water. Gets a lot more spindly up here, so I'm just going to kind of hint at some stuff, and I'll come back in and bring in some of that with a little more detail. I can also use sky holes to kind of punch in and make it a little more transparent feeling. I am not painting leaf for leaf and grass for grass. I'm not worried about that. I'm just giving myself a structure to build onto. My shadow of the tree. Some of the grass is in the foreground. I'm beginning to look for tangents, making sure things are kind of lining up across from each other where I want them. Maybe these grasses have a little bit of a bend to add a little bit of a sense of motion.
Michael, what do you mean by a tangent?
A tangent, like I wouldn't want like the edge of this to line up. Let's say I had it over here and it lined up exactly under this where the reflection comes down. I don't want things lining up perfectly. I don't want like a cloud that ends right there. I want my clouds going behind it. You know, my hill wouldn't just come to a point right here and go up. I want it to go behind, or you know what I mean? I want it to continue on and have a flow to it. I don't want things that aren't even on the same plane as far as where they exist in space to even know the other one exists. I don't want them, you know, the clouds aren't affected by this tree. This tree, you know, so if I had a cloud painted right here and it ended right there at the tree, it would look weird. It would look like it's literally bumping into the tree. So I guess that's kind of a thing. Or if it's stacked, you can, it feels sometimes like if I started my cloud right here on top of the mountain, you know, it would feel like it's sitting on top. You know, and that works in photos. We've all seen pictures of mountains with a cloud sitting right on top, and oh, isn't that weird? Or the sun literally looks like the tip of the mountain is holding up the sun, or, you know, things like that. And that works in photos because it's weird and fun, but in paintings, it just looks like a mistake and weird, and like you don't actually understand how perspective works.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and lighten my color a little bit, my darks, because I'm painting those far back trees. If I was keeping with the 4 values like we did in the landscape exercise before, it would be fine, but I'm just gonna lighten it a little bit because I want these trees to. A lot of people are amazed how messy my paintings look in the beginning. Again, because a lot of times they're just roadmaps for me. I'm just figuring out some stuff, especially when I'm out plein air painting. And I will refine things as I need to as I build up my paint. Not that I'm gonna, you know, I'm trying to get things as right as possible, placement wise, but but there's a lot of refining by cutting back into edges, by adding color on top. That happens. And so it's kind of a nice part of painting with both oils and acrylics is we can build up. If we were painting with watercolors, we'd have to be much more precise, wouldn't we? We're leaving areas white and protecting areas. We just don't have to do that with oils. Sometimes joke that I paint with oils because I need to be forgiven. And that means that basically I can change my mind midway through and add whole things. In fact, let me show you. This is a painting that I had sitting around for quite some time. And I just decided, you know what, that's too boring, just the land and the sky. So I've drawn in a tree that I'm letting that drawing dry, and then it'll have a big, hopefully dynamic, interesting tree to counterbalance some of the other angles. And, you know, with watercolors, you surely couldn't do that. And so there's times where I just live with a painting for a while, kind of hoping that it will tell me what it needs eventually. So there's my darks, and that kind of gives me a lot of my structure. Now I'm going to go into the hill, painting from dark to light. And let's see, how does this experimental purple I got going on work? I can lighten that up. because it's too close in value to these. I am using a little bit of paint thinner. I have no medium at all out. I'm not using any medium of any sort. You could, but I generally will save the mediums for later. I find if you paint with a lot of mediums too early, they make like a slippery surface when it's dry. You know, the shine that's in them creates kind of a slippery surface, and it's hard to get paint to bind onto it. In fact, that painting I just showed you with the tree that I just added, I am a little bit concerned that the initial painting is quite slippery, quite slick, because the amount of medium that I used in the landscape or in the sky to make, you know, nice fast paint is making a little bit of a tough adhesion. So that's another reason I'm letting it dry, is then I can run my fingernail across it and see if the paint just flakes back off, then it's not worth going further because I just don't have a strong bond, and I'll probably need to sand back into the painting. All right, we've got number 4 and number 3 on our canvas. Kind of fun. Slowly coming together, isn't it? You can kind of see, if we pretended that it was a snow scene, I could be done. Let's get into those grasses, shall we? I've got that nice purple on my brush from those from the hill, and I lighten that up. And I'm going to use some of that purple because as things recede into space, as a rule, they kind of get purpler, bluer, and grayer. And I'm going to add some of that to my grass colors here. And these grass colors will probably need to be lightened up a little bit more. They're quite dark as I'm looking at them. But I'm going to use some of that kind of purpley neutral color back here. And then the colors will get a little bit more high chroma, meaning more pure color, a little less purpley gray as they come towards us. Still want to kind of gray that down a little. A lot of times when I'm doing grasses, I'll kind of work across my scene, just making sure that I've kind of got them relating to each other on the same plane of perspective back there.
Michael, when
you're very splotchy. What's that?
When you said you were cooling it down, you added white?
I did add a little white, and I added some of the gray that's in the hills back there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so whichever way, blue, grays. Now I'm going to get a touch redder with some of these grasses as they get a little closer. Red has a tendency to want to come forward a little bit compared to other colors. Pure yellows, reds want to come forward. So by letting the grasses get a little warmer, a little more red, and it's not much. You can kind of see that in there. I used to be really specific, almost like I draw really detailed and, you know, just kind of coloring in the lines. And I did that for a while, and that came from my, you know, background as being an animator and being a cartoonist and, you know, as a kid wanting to do comic books. And was just the way I drew. I didn't paint much. I drew, and then I'd maybe use colored pencils or whatever. I found with painting that if I kind of treat it a little bit like sculpting, it's sure enjoyable. So what I mean by that is I want to get some paint on there so that I can begin to manipulate it. I'll be using the paint that's on here, moving it around, changing the edge quality, picking it up. So it's kind of nice once you get your surface covered, then I can start going in and adding detail and information. This is a crazy transition, so way too stark. So I want to kind of mixing it so it's just not such a perfect line. Got to remember that color's going to be reflecting in the water a little bit. It's definitely darker in the reflection.
Michael, I wonder if you might be able to move the camera over just a little because it keeps focusing on your shoulder.
Okay. I'll just not paint
If
this.
not, that's okay.
Yeah, I apologize about that. I haven't figured out how to make the camera stay focused. I guess I could just take it off auto. Maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback. Again, because I'm not watching the monitor as I'm painting very often. And it's not a one-way streak either. I get to come back in and add colors on top. I can lighten, I can darken. Again, I can manipulate everything. I'm just kind of giving myself a base to work with and checking things. This is setting myself up with my values like we did in the first class, but I'm doing my values and color, kind of my base colors, all at the same time, which should save me some effort and time. These grasses in the foreground are really quite dark, and so I'm gonna bring in a little bit of that color, but I'll actually probably save most of the foreground grasses for a little later. And yeah, give me 1 second. My daughter's asking for some paint gloves. That's a good point, you guys. If anybody's scared about toxicity or anything else, painting with gloves, surgical gloves, is a great idea. I have a box of them and I do use them a lot of the time. But I keep neglecting to mention that during the class, so I apologize. I just buy the box online. I don't think there's a shortage anymore. The P2P stuff, I think that's what it's called, P2P. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about these grasses too much because I'll probably come in and add that detail, that information a little later.
Michael,
yes.
is there a reason you don't paint right up to the edge?
Of this?
Yes, and on the right-hand side by the big tree also.
I should probably, the truth is, this canvas is taped off. Or is it? Oh, it's not even. Never mind. I thought it was taped off. I actually removed that tape. And I thought there was kind of like a frame painted into this that I was gonna unveil, but it's not there. So no, there isn't. In fact, I hate when I realize I've done that at the ends of paintings and have to go and match colors and fix edges. So no, I want to get that in. Thank you for noticing and letting me question what I was doing there. That's what I mean. It's nice. I got all that paint on there. I could manipulate it and push it really quickly. All right, now we get to get into the sky, the fun part. And then we're gonna have a covered canvas where I can begin to manipulate. The clouds. Shall I paint them in? Yeah. I haven't really thought about too much what I wanted to do with my sky yet, if I want to kind of copy what I'm seeing. Let's bring in some of those cool purples that are in that cloud bank. And the reference there, kind of a bluey green, which I think is too big of a departure possibly. So I'm going to test it with a light purple, very light purple, probably almost appears. When it comes to like where the trees and stuff line up, I do oftentimes leave a little bit of an area. I won't paint right up to it because I want to come back with the trees over the sky, and then I'll take the sky back over the trees and punch in some holes. But I find it just, otherwise I end up getting muddy brushes a lot where the darks and the really light colors meet up. My little pink lines are really sticking. Usually I can just obliterate them. This would be a tangent here where I got these two clouds just kind of like perfectly lined up. So I want to do something about that as I see it. Again, I'm getting some mud, undesirable mud, not the good kind of mud that we've been talking about today. where my colors are kind of meeting up and I'm getting some blending of picked up colors that I don't maybe want as much. And I will, I can come back in and fix that now. I can let some of that exist. The fact that it's in the ripples in the water make it a little less troublesome to me, because I'm going to come back in. And again, most of these areas are actually going to get touched by paint again. So I'm not too worried about perfection at this point. This is, again, just kind of my structure. Where the sky and the hill meet, I know that that's going to be a little bit softer of an edge that'll allow the hill to fall back into space, so I can kind of feather along. I'll use the, paint that I pick up from the sky. Make sure you mix up enough color when you get a color you like, because I'm having that problem a couple times here, which isn't a big deal because, we figured out how to mix colors. We're learning, so it's a good challenge to have to remix and match colors. Plus, it's early in the painting, so these colors aren't the end all be all. They're just, again, information. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Look at that fuzzy painting. There we go. So far, I'm pretty happy with the values, how they're playing together. The ones I have on, I'll bring in my lights in the sky here in just a second. Again, I'll come back and keep refining all these nice shapes. In a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of lighter color above the tree line back here.
Michael, what size brush are you using?
This is a 6, I imagine. 4. This is a 4. Before I was using a 10 when I was just scrubbing in big areas, and I'll probably get back to that here in just a second. But as I'm getting kind of refining some of my edges, a littler brush, and this one's also a touch softer. This is a called a Spectrum brush by Trekell, Trekell. And it's kind of a hybrid of bristles, so it allows, it's durable, but it is a little softer. And that's new for me. I used to use pretty much only hog bristles all the time. Let's bring in some of those pretty colors in the sky. I'm going to start with the pink. Work my way up. let that get a touch pinker, little. And I'll keep doctoring them as I need to. So I'm going to get back into the peach again. Probably even needs to be a little lighter. Add some white to that. It's nice having a lot of paint to be able to push around. I made a nice big pile of the peach compared to those other colors where I had to get a little stingy. So you can see where painting around all these trees and stuff's kind of annoying. I could have, you know, probably brought those in later over the top. All right, I'm gonna get towards whiter, yellower, cooler. Little paint thinner. Make sure I'm preserving some of these colors to bring variations of them down. Add more white to that. Letting it cool down a little bit more, and then getting into my blue or my slightly greener, grayer version. I don't know exactly what color I would call this, but it's slightly more gray. And I can probably play that up towards the top a little more. All right. I'm just going to cover this really quick because class is over, but I think you can really get a sense of how I start my painting. Well, one way I start my painting. Let me bring in some reflection color. This part's a little tricky. I don't know exactly where things, I should be measuring and kind of figuring out where things maybe are reflecting a little more, but I'll manipulate that. And I can also just kind of mess my water up, a little cheating, you know, add a little bit of ripple so that my reflections aren't perfect. And get that going. Any questions, you guys, about the painting? You can get it as far or as not far. We have 2 weeks to work on it. If you get done, good for you, and you can start another one. But if not, don't worry about it. I don't want you to push yourself too hard. And if you want to do glazing, you probably just won't be able to on this painting. It won't be dry enough unless you're doing it in acrylics. But if you want to do some glazing, you can do simply like I did with some acrylic paintings. You can glaze oils over acrylics just fine.
I'm interested to see how you angle the clouds in that upper portion of the sky.
Okay. Let's get some bluier, grayer, greener color. I'll steal from the mountain. Again, I'm just kind of borrowing from colors that exist already so that I get a little bit of harmony. Can see how mean I am to my brushes, so I want to make sure I'm not using my good brushes in these early stages. So I keep my old brushes around, they get beat up. The truth is, this is probably a little better of a brush than I should be treating it. Just newer. I have plenty of older brushes. I could be using those shop brushes for this big scrubbing in area as well. And I can make those clouds as pronounced or as soft as I want. It's interesting that it's because of the light, it's reading really light. I actually got some cool colors you can kind of see there on top.
So Michael, this is more of a sunset painting.
Sunset, yeah, probably, or sunrise. It feels more sunsetty, I guess, because it's pretty warm right now. Yeah, and I can come in and soften as many edges as I want. I can crispen edges. I'll do, all those things. Everything will get manipulated so that it plays along and does what I want. There will be a lot of changes, but that is a very quick 4-value plane kind of a lay-in. Admittedly, still pretty messy and everything else, but I can really come in and start fixing those shapes and everything else. And yeah, so there's a lot to do, but I've got so much covered, and I'm now kind of getting to where I can start getting into all the fun parts. I'll, start bringing in some of the grasses. I'll bring in colors. I'll create gradations of value and stuff like that. So what I'll do is refine it a little bit between this week and next week. And then I will start next week by painting into this and showing you how do I kind of finish it a little bit. And then probably starting one more painting. So next week, for those of you who are able, maybe a good time to kind of also be painting. I know a lot of you watch the video and then paint later, but next week will be almost I'm sure I'll have some lesson in the beginning as I think of it. But a lot more painting time next week. So I will have one more homework for you guys in here so you can kind of see it, what it is. And this is going to help us to see color and value indiscriminate or as the same. Basically, I created, we only need 3, so you can pick 1, 2, 3 values. And then every time you mix a new color, I want you to figure out how to make that color match the value. So if I actually take a black and white of this, all of these will appear the same value. All of these will appear the same value. All of these, I think this one's the only one that falls out. And it's a really difficult thing to do. Like when you have a vibrant orange, seeing it as the same value, the same light and darkness. And I'll get a little closer. You can see what I did also to test it is I would take the previous color and put it on top. And so when I squint down, if it disappears, it doesn't disappear because of the color and temperatures are different, but the values are the same. Like up in the lights, you can hardly even see them. That's just a little extra. That was just for me to test, but boy, some of them are so pretty. But anyways, this is a great exercise to do from time to time. Just learning how to see color and value together. And it is not easy. So yeah, I will walk you through how we'll do kind of 3 different values, and we can decide how many colors you want to do, or you can set up as many as you want and challenge yourself. I'm looking forward to finishing it off because I actually think this thing's beautiful. The darks at the bottom were just kind of a little extra I did, and they're really, you know, I made this first one so dark that you can never match that with color. But anyways, that will be our school side of homework next week. But from now on, we are painting pretty pictures. So congratulations, you guys. You've graduated to painting pictures that are hopefully going to be something that you're proud of and want to, you know, keep or give away or sell or whatever else. That being said, again, if any of you guys are selling paintings, if you're borrowing, you know, copying references from online or anybody else, either change them a lot or ask permission, or you may want to be painting from your own references at that point. Phew, I'm going to switch cameras back to sitting down because I want to talk to you guys. Everybody is free to go. Class is dismissed, but I'm going to stick around because I have a little bit of voice left and I want to answer your questions about materials and everything else. I got a number of emails and great questions, and I just unfortunately didn't have time, and I felt guilty for not getting back and responding to everybody. So I figured let's just go ahead and do. I'm gonna maybe I'll just keep you muted, but feel free to talk and ask questions. And let me even scroll through our page and see if I can find some of the great questions we got. All right, let's start with first thing I'm going to do is on our Facebook page, I'm going to write a question, and it is basically, what are the top few things that you got from today's lesson and the first class lesson? And that's just a great way to refresh, to get our brains kind of remembering back, seeing how we're building on the previous lessons. And for each one of you, you guys are all having, hopefully, different aha moments, different, now that makes sense. Or now, Mike, that lesson I had before with Mike is lining up. And I would love to hear that. It makes me a better teacher. And for 2, you guys will all be sharing with each other. So I'm just going to put a blanket question on there, you know, your top aha moments or top takeaways from class. And we're just going to add to it throughout I could either, maybe I'll ask it again each class, and feel free to answer and add to it. Part 2, the color wheels, if you have any questions. And then let's get to products and mediums and materials and setup. And I'm here for you guys now. Go ahead and start, anybody.
I have a question about taking care of your brushes at the end of a session.
Great. Yeah, just throw them away. It's easier. No, so my typical way is, I'm going to go back. It was fun sitting down. Let's zoom back out. I'm going to change my camera angle so that it's you can see my very messy setup here. Bear with me for 1 minute while I loosen the ball mount on top. All right, there we go. You can see the whole setup. I kind of like teaching in that I can hide my mess. I think you guys saw in the photos last week, I had just piles of paper towels everywhere. Wasn't dealing with them as I was painting. All right, well, that's a good question because I've got some messy paintbrushes. So let's pretend I was painting my sky and paint, 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 paint. And I have quite a bit of paint on my brush, but I do need to change paint. I'm simply going to squeeze, and I know I already showed you guys this last week, squeeze off as much as possible before I dip it into the paint thinner the first time. That'll save my paint thinner and it'll save me a lot of work. Then I just do that basically until I get the paint out. So the question was, how do I take care of my brushes at the end of the day? That's it. That one's done. I just need to get out 90% of that, 99% of the paint, and it's done. I don't get the paint thinner off it or anything. I can just leave it. My friend Anton Pavlenko does a crazy thing. He doesn't even clean his brushes. He just drops them into a sack with a bit of paint thinner in it, a plastic bag. I don't understand it, and pulls them out. There are definitely days where I leave a whole bunch of brushes sitting in my paint thinner. I know a lot of artists that leave their paintbrushes in the paint thinner. If they're natural bristle hairs, you can leave them in there. It will deteriorate them, of course, a little bit and whatnot. But overnight, I find it to be fine. What I do worry about are my synthetic brushes, the ones made of different kinds of plastic and different materials. I don't want to leave that in paint thinner probably for very long. And generally a lot of those are my better brushes, better as in more expensive brushes. I also wouldn't leave like my fancy strange brushes that are really thin and fragile where I want to retain their tips, just because they're sitting downwards. For a while I was taping rubber bands to the ends of my brush so that I could hang my brushes. Think with the thought that I don't want any paint going into the ferrule. You want to keep paint out of that ferrule as much as possible, because once paint gets in there and dries, it expands and it's really hard to get out. Okay. So that's how I deal with my brushes 90% of the time. I wish I could take you over to my sink, but instead I'm going to bring the sink to you. So hold on 1 second. I have a small pile of brushes over in the sink right now because a couple of them snuck away. I found them underneath the taboret here in my palette, and they had kind of dried on. They weren't too dry, but yeah, so these have soap on them right now. And what I use for soap, I used to use Dawn dish soap, thinking it was the gentlest, and it is, and it's great. And any dish soap will work with oils because it's, you know, it's cutting grease. But what I found to be the best is Murphy's oil soap, which is for floorboards, wood cleaner. And that's because it has a lot of oil in it. It's amazing how much, even after I do everything and think my brush is really clean, how much paint comes in. So what I do is I'll fill up a little cup, about 1/4 inch full, and I hit the brush into it a time or two. Then I actually just let it sit. So I'm just making sure the paint gets into the bristles. Then I let it sit for a little while, and then I do the same process. I go over there with my paper towel. Yeah, you can see how much paint just came out of that. That was a clean brush previously in my estimation. So when you want to clean, and I only do that with each brush maybe once or twice a year, or if like I've come back from a plein air trip and I wasn't cleaning my brushes as good, or traveling or a workshop or whatever. And it's a kind of as needed, but I still kind of try to avoid it. I just don't like my natural hair brushes to see water very much. Water seems to make them do weird things over time, and that, just think about natural like human hair, split ends and different things that happen. If let's see, yeah, so some of my favorite brushes are these super long bristles, the Egberts, and they can get just really strange, especially if I'm painting hard with them and being really mean. To get them back, I will do the Murphy soap. Oh, and you want to get all that Murphy soap out. So after I wash them with Murphy soap, I do use just a touch of Dawn dish soap, because it's a different type of oil, of course, that's in floor, for cleaning floorboards. So I do get that out, but boy, these bristles feel so nice. There's just this kind of, it's like after you condition your hair really well, it's just got that nice, soft, slightly oily feeling, and it's so, it feels alive and feels healthy. But if I do this and then my tips are all crazy, I simply take a piece of cardboard or, hard paper. And I think I told you guys some of this. I will fold it in half. I put my brush up against the corner, but not jammed into it. I fold it, and then I will put something heavy on top of it and let that sit overnight. And it generally will reshape my brush. If I really need some love and care, I will actually take a tiny bit of Vaseline between my fingers, just a little bit, just enough to give my shape, the brush the shape I want. And then I do that, and then I will put it underneath for, a wait for a day or two or however long. And then I will dip that into my paint thinner very lightly, just enough to get the Vaseline off, because I definitely don't want to accidentally get Vaseline into my painting, because that just will never dry. And so that's my extreme care for brushes. But the truth is that paint thinner and getting out as much paint as possible is my main way.
So not the brush cleaner that they sell at the art stores necessarily?
You can, it's fine. It's really expensive. And I don't think it does as good a job. You're talking about like the Mona Lisa pink soap or there's
right.
others. There's one other brand that I buy when I go to the plein air convention, because the dealer's there. I don't remember the name of it. But I found that Murphy's oil soap, and I buy like a huge jug of it. I just buy it because I paint it every day. And then I just use that small bottle and refill it for on top of my sink. All right. Any other questions as far as that? Oh, and so if you're doing water mixable oils, instead of the paint thinner, it's water, but you can use the Dawn dish soap or whatever, the same. I don't know. I imagine it's all the same with the water mixable oils. And if you're an acrylic painter, you probably just want water, maybe a little bit of soap. All right, next question. Anybody? Go ahead.
Oops, this is Jean, and I'm going back to the back of the paint tubes. Again, okay. I use Winston Newton water-based or water mixable.
Okay.
And you said that you look at, like, for example, permanence. It would say, I'm on cobalt blue. It says AA, pigment, PB28. Does that mean I could go to a pigment on Gamblin and look for PB28?
Yep, that's exactly what it means.
Huh?
Yeah, next time you're in the art store, pick up a couple different brands and compare.
Great.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And then it's fun to see which ones are different. Like Indian yellows are vastly different between manufacturers.
Oh.
There's some colors that are really, really different. Like Gamblin's alizarin crimson isn't actually alizarin crimson. I think I told you that. It's actually quinacridone red. modified to look like alizarin, and they call it alizarin permanent. So if you want real alizarin, you can't buy it from Gamblin anymore, I don't believe. But I don't know why anybody would want real alizarin, because it's just not a color that lasts, it disappears over time. But yeah, great question. That's what it's for. It's so that there is a consistency between brands, because that was a huge problem, and Gamblin actually were the ones that pushed for that and actually tried to make it a law, but it didn't get. So it's only the ones that are playing nicely with each other that are using that. But that's one of my tests for, is it a reputable paint manufacturer? But I do buy paints that are from other countries where, you know, they probably have their own rules and systems, but a lot of the European ones are now using that system too. So yeah. Peanut butter 28, go look for that.
I also have a couple, another question regarding, I looked on the Gamblin site. It had the palettes of Old Masters, Landscape, Impressionist, and Transparent. What made you choose the Zorn, CMK, I guess, and even your primary split?
So the split primary, I think I walked you guys through how I started with just 3 colors and then added to them.
Yeah.
Basically, my goal being the least amount of colors to get the most amount of colors. Those other palettes are fantastic and fun, and I'm constantly experimenting and trying different palettes, especially when I get, you know, like a new tube of paint. Like I think I told you that I just a friend of mine suggested some Brilliant Pink from Michael Harding. I have lots and lots of really strangely named colors. Brown Pink is a really strange color. I have all sorts of colors and I love playing with them, but my go-to palette is this split primary, because I know what's going to happen. Generally, I have a good forecast for making thousands of different colors, and then those other colors are guests. So that way, when I'm experimenting, I'm not experimenting with 6 to 8 new colors at a time. The Old Masters colors and the different palettes they're making are basically, it's like taking a history lesson. And, you know, you can go, okay, these are the colors that we have now that are closest to what Rembrandt painted with, or these are the colors that we have now that are the closest to what maybe Van Gogh or Monet was painting with. But, you know, a lot of those colors that the old masters used throughout time we just don't have them anymore. The minerals have become too expensive, or we found out how dangerous they were, or their light fastness didn't, you know, hold up. In fact, Gamblin got its start because his job in the beginning was to make paint out of modern pigments that matched as closely. He was a what are they called? The person that goes back and fixes the old paintings when they're chipped and scratched and whatnot. Conservative.
Restorative.
Yeah, so that was his job, and that's where he got his start, mixing colors and just, you know, finding out, oh, we can't make those colors anymore. You know, those are toxic. We don't, you know, mix these things together anymore. So how could he make colors that were as close as possible? And that's where you get like flake white instead of lead white, or the quinacridone instead of alizarin, because a lot of the paintings, you know, if they had a lot of alizarin, that color just slowly went away or changed. So there's some colors that literally disappear, you know, become weak and vanish. And then there's other colors that just change their color. And then there's other colors that just darken or yellow over time. That has to do sometimes with the medium, sometimes with how they are stored, and sometimes how they age. So.
Thank you.
Yep, great question.
Yeah, I want to ask CNYK, which words represents?
Cyan, magenta, yellow, or yellow magenta.
Cyan.
Yep, CYAN.
Cyan, SY.
No, C.
C.
YAN. Cyan. So those are named after the colors in your printer. Most everybody owns a CMYK printer. So when you put your colors in, it's usually 3 colors in black in your printer. So CMYK, cyan is a bluey green color.
Yeah.
Magenta is a purpley red color. Yellow is yellow. And then the K stands for some reason black. I don't know why that is.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
so that's all that palette is again, it's always in my like idea, it's always in the back of my head is, you know, who paints with what colors, you know, how can you make the most colors out of the least colors? And so then looking at my printer and just asking the question of simply, how do you make so many colors if you only have 3 colors, you know, 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue, and black? So the thing I want to experiment with CMYK is the black. And I'm thinking the color I'm going to use is called, it's another gambling color, of course, is chromatic black. And chromatic black is the purest or the closest to a very neutral black that we have, basically. And it's made, I believe, from quinacridone red or magenta, I'm not sure which, and phthalo green mixed in a perfect amount. But it makes, like, you can mix any color with it and it just gets darker. It doesn't get bluer or warmer or, you know, all the other things that happen with all the different blacks. All the other blacks have kind of a lean to them one way or the other, either towards blue or towards red or brown or whatever. So that's the idea behind chromatic black. There's a number of painters recently who basically, like I did with my mother color, and then they would literally just have 3 piles of chromatic black mixed to make grays. So they'd have a light value, a mid value, and a dark value. And they would just alter their mother colors using that. And it's been pretty amazing because when I first heard about that, I was like, oh, that's weird cheating and you're going to get a lot of dead color. But the truth is they're making some pretty neat work using it. So it may be something, at least out of just curiosity, that I experiment with as well. But I have not done it yet. So if your results are horrible, blame your curiosity and not me, because I haven't tried it. All right, what else?
I'd like to also mention that the chromatic black is transparent as opposed to the other black. So it's pretty cool to use for a lot of things.
Yeah, it's neat color. Somebody's speaker's on.
Actually, I mean, no, I don't think it will, but let me think. If that actually.
Somebody, oh, I'm gonna remute everybody. I think Barbara.
Post person to keep the EP.
All right, I've muted everybody. So again, you have to unmute yourself to ask a question. Anybody else? I know there was a number of questions that I didn't get around to answering. So if you're still on the line, I don't even know who's still here. Maybe we're down to 4 or 5 of us. Gallery view, what do we got? 8 of us still. Anybody else? Oh, not one of them's me. What else do you guys have? Anything else? Barbara, you're all good? Oh, I think Barbara's talking to somebody. Lorianne, you're good? And Liza?
Yeah, I'm doing well, and I'm very thankful to watch these videos and see how you pre-mix the colors, because I think just deciding on the color is a huge amount of work when you're in the middle of trying to deal with all of the other aspects of the painting. So thank you for that.
My pleasure. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. Sorry the painting didn't end up a little more beautiful, but I think we got a good start, and I really look forward to seeing what you guys pick to paint from, how your paintings end up. And again, if you don't mind, just a quick note to each other and for yourself. It's always good to kind of write down kind of your big takeaways, the things that you're gonna use in the future, or at least experiment with and try. So thank you guys. If there's no more questions, and of course you can always reach out to me through the Facebook page or email, and I will try to get back to you. I will be gone a couple of days helping my parents move from their farm. So that could be a while. But you guys are awesome. I'm having so much fun. I always do. And I really appreciate you guys spending 10 hours on Wednesdays with me.
Thanks so much, Michael. Have a good day.
Hi, Liza.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, Barbara. You doing good? Oh, I can't hear you. Are you talking to me? I can't hear you, Barbara. Maybe I can unmute you.
Can you
There
hear
we
me?
go. Sorry, I didn't hear anything previously.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I've been having some issues with my microphone. So I was wondering, do you ever use burnt umber or burnt sienna?
I absolutely adore both of them. I don't use them too often. If I do, it's kind of like in a special palette, kind of like I would do like the Zorn palette plus those. They make beautiful tonalist paintings for me where, you know, lots of browns and earthy colors. But what I found is I can make very close versions of them with the colors I use. You know, how I test that is I just simply squeeze out some of each of the colors I want to see, like, oh, should I be adding this to my palette? I'll squeeze it out and then see if I can mix it. And if I can mix it, then I generally don't add it to my palette very often. And for the most part, browns are kind of that as accidental colors a lot of times. And they're the colors that exist in the middle of space. I love all colors. I think all colors have their space, you know, in painting, but I consider them shortcut colors for the most part. The good thing about burnt umber is it dries really fast. And so it's a great paint color for drawing or doing your underpainting. But you may want to double check that. I think it's burnt umber that dries really quickly.
It does seem to. In fact, it's really pasty when it comes out of the tube.
Yeah, yeah. So a little bit of paint thinner into that makes a really nice drawing. Next week, I will show you another method that I do to start some of my paintings where it's kind of a wiping away method. And in fact, maybe I could do it with the burnt umber if I even own any. And I'll show you. It's a beautiful color. The traditionally it was used as an underpainting a lot. And I think it is because of its drawing, and it also has just kind of a nice warmth to it when you paint it thinly. So yeah, that's a great question, Barbara.
Well, I was, you know, they come in every basic set of oil paints, burnt umber and burnt.
Yeah, you're freezing up a little bit. Sorry, I'm not hearing since you said they come in every set. Uh-oh, I think I lost you, Barbara. There, you're back. I saw the wave. Yeah, they do come. I probably burned through the tubes that I got for free in sets. The last thing I heard you say was that they come in a lot of the sets, and that's true. And they are great colors. They're great
And
for.
I was thinking that probably your approach to color is that you can make more interesting colors than those.
Yeah, and what I found with a lot of students, if they use browns or greens, instead of thinking about the browns and greens that they're seeing, they just reach for it and they're like, okay, well, tree trunks are brown, I got brown. Tree, you know, leaves are green, I've got green. And so they just stop thinking to a deeper level. I want people to, you know, first is, yeah, it's green, okay, but within that green, what is happening? Is it a warmer green or a cooler green, yellow? You know, all these questions that force us to go a little deeper into what the color is actually. So yeah, all colors are shortcuts. Okay. Just be careful of them, to not overuse them and not to use. I mean, you notice in my painting, there was no pure color on there. Right. Every color was a mixture of something. So you know, I also find that with students with black is they're like, oh, it's a shadow black. And it just becomes a dead space instead of looking into the shadows and trying to decide what is going on in there. Because there's so many beautiful colors in shadows that we can either invent or find.
I don't even use black at all.
Yeah, no, I don't. Very, very, very rarely do I use it. And when I do use it, I use it as a color. So it'll just be a super dark blue, or like when I use Payne's gray, which I really like Payne's gray, but I consider it just a dark blue, not a black. Or yeah, exactly. Perfect. If you have any further questions, please reach out and let me know. But yeah, thank you for taking the class and being with us. Hopefully you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm having to work at the same time, but I watch,
Yeah, no problem.
yeah, I watched the video again later though, like in the middle of the night.
Where do you live, Barbara?
North Carolina.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us all the way over here in Oregon. And yeah, it's really neat. I love the fact I really fought against being a Zoom teacher. I didn't do it at all last year. And now I absolutely adore it. I mean, it's just so neat. I think we just picked up a lady who's in Haiti, and that is just so neat. So,
Well, I'm enjoying.
oh, you froze up again. Oh no. All right. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, I lost you there, but I think you were going to end by saying you're enjoying it, and so am I, and I'm glad you are. And I will catch up with you next week, and can't wait to see your paintings.
Great. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Barbara. Bye. It's trying to make you the host.